What is up, Dino? Dino technically first over on YouTube. But Taco with the actual first redeem over on Twitch. He's pretty proud, pretty happy. Everyone's always fighting Taco for the first. Dude, what's up? People are tuning in. I am so excited. Guys, hang on. Let's roll the intro. Hang on. I don't have to play this. I could have skipped that. I chose not to. I haven't actually like checked any of my camera, which is why that camera was super off. Didn't check anything. I'm so excited. Guys, already 6 viewers. Thank you all so much. This is so cool. It's actually ridiculous to think that at the start of the year, if we hit 6 viewers, it's like, bro, we peaked. We just peaked. Like brand new haircut. I got a haircut a while back. I don't really do anything with my hair, so it looks different pretty much every single day. Jacob, my man. A.O. Blacksmith, day one. I gotta get you guys some information. This was years ago. My man A.O. Blacksmith tuned in, and I think he dropped the Prime sub. This was years ago. I didn't even know who he was. This is my man Jacob. What a guy. I appreciate it. Thank you for tuning in, Jacob. I saw that you had played. On the world, and I actually was like, eee, I wasn't expecting anyone to play. I'm getting so close to 10,000 days. Oh, you hopped on. Oh, you hopped on today, too. Oh, my gosh. Are you on right now? Hang on. So, for those of you that don't know, Bedrock Edition gives you this really, really cool... Or any realm, I think. Any realm. Thank you for the follow. Hang on. We missed 2 follows. Huggo with the refollow. Taco with the refollow to show support. I appreciate you guys. Thank you both. Thanks for everyone for tuning in. I play on Bedrock Edition, and I keep the world posted on a realm so that my friends can hop on and off whenever they want. Something really cool about realms is they give you this really cool timeline so you can see when everyone was playing. So I hopped on yesterday and realized that Jacob had got on and is playing. So I was like 3 days ahead of where I thought I was. Made sure to dip before 10,000. Awesome. And then, Jacob, once I hop in, you can feel free to hop back on, Jacob. No worries, man. In fact, I think it would actually be pretty cool if you showed off your own area, if you want to. But yes, so it looks like he was on today a little bit too. We're getting close. I think we're like 5 days away from 10,000. So thank you all for everyone tuning in. I thought I saw something. Did I not? Okay, I'm just tripping. But without further ado, we're gonna hop on. We're gonna hop on to this world. I wanted to do some research before I started streaming, but I kind of forgot. Hang on. When did Caves and Cliffs drop? Caves and Cliffs Part 1. May 31st, 2021. So I know at the very least that... Wait, why is this saying differently? Oh, is this just when they released the news article about it? Alright. I know at the very least that this world was made before Caves and Cliffs came out. I think it was... Yeah, it was right after the Nether update had come out and just before the Caves and Cliffs Part 1 came out. So it was somewhere in between there. So either late 2020 or early 2021 is when this world was made. So it's about 5 years old, and I just hit 10,000 days. 2021? Yeah, that's what, yes. Dino says I'm currently eating, but once I finish, I'll hop over to Twitch. Cool. No worries, man. Thank you for tuning in. 3 days left, I think. Let's see. Let's hop in. We'll see. Another cool fun fact about this world is I've never, ever enabled cheats. So if you've never played Bedrock Edition, my man is illiterate. You talking about me? I probably am. If you've never, ever played Bedrock Edition, then Bedrock Edition has... there's cheats on Java and Bedrock Edition, But on Java Edition, if you enable cheats, you can still get achievements or advancements, I think they're called in Java Edition. On Bedrock Edition, they're called achievements on one, I think achievements on Bedrock, and advancements on Java. And that's because on Bedrock Edition, they're actually tied directly to, about 4 days left, it seems. They're actually tied directly to the, like the Xbox achievements that you can get, Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo Switch achievements that you can get. So you can still get achievements in this world. I have never enabled cheats. I have never gone to creative. I've never done anything like that. So you can still get achievements in this world. Illinois. I don't know what you're talking about. Taco, what are you talking about? Illinois? Question mark. Dude, what? What are you talking about? Hang on. Let's full screen this. So this right here, somewhere right about here, is this is where you spawn in the world. So when you spawn in just like this, and this is kind of the picture I've been sculpting over the last year, specifically. So that whenever anyone loads into the world for the first time, this is what they are greeted with. And the idea is eventually up there, kind of in the top left. So, you've got the house right in the center. You've got the peak of a mountaintop behind it. Eventually, that'll all be built out, hopefully. The right side is pretty much all done with the tree and the smoke. But the left side is just getting started. So that cliff, I'm going to build like a big forest behind that fountain. And I'm hoping to put like a barn stable type area kind of on that cliff side and others. We'll see what all ends up being visible from here and what doesn't. The Realm server region is in Illinois. Yes, yeah, it is. It's just the closest one to where I live is the Illinois server region. So it's close one to where I live. There is like only 4 in the entire United States server regions that I can pick from. So anyways, so this specifically is the view that I have been trying to sculpt for the last year or so. So someone will spawn in right here, and you get this nice little bench area. It's supposed to look cozy. I made sure to put a crafting table down so that people can, if they need a crafting table, they got one right there. And I made sure to put an ender chest here, actually, because the number of times that I've died and respawned right here, and then had to go over here to get my stuff back and whatnot, is quite a lot. Hello, Jacob. What's up? Jacob, I'm gonna hop in a Discord call. You can join if you want. Hang on. Oh crap. There we go. Put that up there. Oh, he's already in the Discord. Look at that. Beat me to it. There we go.
Hey.
Howdy.
Howdy.
That's way too loud. You're way too loud. Speak again.
Sorry.
Okay, you good. No, it wasn't you. It was my mixing for my volume and whatnot. Hang on. Everyone watching the stream, if anything is off, you just let me know. I'm trying to keep a balance between him and me and music. So, there we go. Looks sick, dude. Thank you. I appreciate it. We got some areas. I was gonna hopefully kind of go over everything in my area first, Jacob, and then we can get to your area because I think they kind of feed into each other well. You know.
I know it's gonna take forever.
It'll take. I've got a lot going on. You know what I mean? So this is the spawn area, and this I guess we'll start here. This right here is the idea is that this is going to be like a magical dark oak forest. So this whole thing is every single one of these is placed by hand, man-made. Like every single block, every single thing you see in here, all of these trees are placed by hand, 100% man-made. In fact, this used to be just a regular forest. I tore down the entire forest and let me actually go to bed real quick so that we tore it during the day. You know, nah, we'll do it at night. We'll do it at night because I love the way it looks at night. I tore down the regular forest, went out and tore down a dark oak forest, and then brought the dark oak forest back here, and have since placed dark oak trees all around. So you get these little nice narrow pathways. You get the fireflies all over the place, and there are hidden firefly bushes like this one right here. Just all over the place. So even during the daytime, you still get these firefly effects. Because the idea is that it's a magic forest, or a magic dark oak forest filled with like mushrooms. And I'm going to try and build like little gnomes and other things like that. We'll see. Eventually, I want to build butterflies and put butterflies over the top of the forest, like flying around. So it just, you know what I mean? Like giant butterflies. I feel like that would be really cool. But you get this little narrow pathway, and technically the only area that's completely done, you'll see as soon as we step out here, there's no tree coverage, because this area is still the whole world is a work in progress. That's one thing that you really need to know right away, is pretty much everything you see is still a work in progress. And I'm not very sentimental. So if I ever decide, hey, I don't like the way I did this, or I want to change this, or I think I can do it better, that I tear it down and I restart. I know a lot of people with their forever worlds, they will, if they put something up, they leave it there, they'll date it. I didn't really have the forethought to do that because I actually started this world before forever worlds were a thing. Now that doesn't mean I didn't invent the forever world, obviously, but I didn't see, like, to me, I did. You know what I mean? Like, I just one day had the thought, like, you know, whenever I get bored, I make a new world. But the world is infinite. What if instead of making a new world, I just put all my stuff away, like in an ender chest or something, ran a few thousand blocks to a different location and started over? And that's what I started doing in this world. Well, that was the idea, at least, when I made this world. It's not actually what I ended up doing. But that was the idea. It ended up just becoming, like, because I had gone into it with that mentality, I just never quit. And it just became my forever world. So, pretty cool. Taco says, I'm overhauling my advancements in Taco Craft right now. Dude, funny. Funny, because I was just talking about advancements. I'm having this in the background. It looks great. Thank you, man. Anthony, QQ1 something, I don't know. Anthony, tuning in on YouTube. Can't hear your audio. What? Hang on. That's weird. Oh. Can't hear your audio. Nope. No, that's just me. No, I'm definitely streaming my audio. So I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do about that, man. It's got to be a you issue because I don't see anything wrong on my end. In fact, I can hear myself talk on my end, so seems weird. Hey Ace, could you make your mic a bit louder? Yes, I can. There we go. Is that too loud? Let me know. I can make it a bit quieter. Okay. There we go. So, all that history. My brain is so scattered. So anyways, all this to say that this is one of the areas I'm currently working on, which is going to be a magical dark oak forest. And you can see as we get out here, it's even less. Like, this is just moss, where I've just bone mealed to get moss everywhere. Haven't cleared out the azalea bushes yet. Haven't cleared out all the grass yet. Haven't added in all the special dirt. Haven't added in any mushrooms. Like, haven't put any canopy coverage in. Really, the only area of the forest I have done is this one little area right here. But man, oh man, I do love it. I think it looks great. I'm really happy with the way it's coming along. I'm very excited for it. That's good. Thank you very much. But if you come over here, this is kind of the bridge that leads to my base and the area over there. You can tell that this right here is, the bridge is pretty much the dividing line of where this pond is finished. So everything this way up until you get to another bridge, two more bridges over there, is all decorated. All of this sand, all of these seagrass, all of these, you can see little amethyst clusters and little, and there's coral down there, but only amethyst clusters over here. Sea pickles, all of this is placed by hand, you know, one at a time, specifically placed. I don't use bone meal. I put buttons in for rocks. The idea is just, you know, a rocky seafloor. So all this is, eventually I'll drag this out over here beyond the bridge. Nice. excuse you, beyond the
Oh, I'm
bridge.
sorry. I forgot I could be heard.
And it'll come over here. You can see a little bit of a cliffside right there. That cliffside is going to get dragged out all the way around here, and it's all going to be terraformed and decorated. But for now, we've just got this little area right here. I'm going to quickly go up on top of that cliff because there's a little campsite up there I want to show you guys. So another thing that's worth noting, even though we're not quite there yet, you know what, I'm gonna wait. So this is the campsite. It gives you a nice, lovely overview, I feel at least, of the building. Eventually it'll give you a nice overview of there. You get a nice tent right in here. And honestly, what I'm trying to keep in mind at all times is limiting specific view and opening. Like, you know what I mean? Like, when do you have an open view and when do you have a limited view? That's something that's very much like in my mind. Like, imagine the canopy here. You know, you turn around and you can't really see much. You can see a winding path that runs straight through, but you can't really see where the path leads. You have to go down the path in order to figure out where it leads, and it creates this kind of mysteriousness. Once the canopy is there, it'll create this kind of feeling of compression once you enter the path. So you go from this big open area to this inward area, and you get this feeling of compression, right? Coming in, and you kind of want to explore. You get these niche things. You want to look around, and then you come here and you get this feeling of openness, right? And it really breathes, but you can kind of retract and hide back. You know what I mean? Like, these are things I'm thinking about a lot. And these are ideas I actually took from real life architecture. I went and toured Falling Water, which is a real life house designed by American architect Frank Lloyd Wright. Frank Lloyd Wright is awesome, and Falling Water is easily my favorite architectural building in Marvel of all time. Not that I'm like a huge expert in all the architecture and whatnot, anyways, but Falling Water is definitely my favorite. And the idea of compression and release is something that is utilized a lot in Falling Water, and it was something that really stuck with me when I went and toured. So it's something I've been trying to implement in my world ever since. But beyond this campsite, you get a little bit of like a back path here, and this is meant to feel less ingrained. It's meant to feel a bit smaller, kind of like you're not really supposed to take this path, but people do anyways because they're lazy. That's kind of the idea. I don't think I've really hit that vibe, but you know, this whole area you see right here is also going to be dark oak forest, so the whole vibe of this area is just not on right now. This is also, I put the leaves on that big tree yesterday, so this is my first time ever seeing those leaves on that tree. I think it looks really good. I'm really happy. What do you think, Jacob?
I do think it looks pretty good. I was wondering when you did that, because it's the first time I've seen it too.
I did it last night. Literally last night. I kept looking at it from a distance, like over there by that building, which I'll get to, just wait. And looking at it like from my balcony and other stuff, and it just didn't feel right. It didn't feel awful, but it didn't quite feel right. And I think it's only because the rest of the canopy wasn't in. Like, the rest of these are just trees, so it didn't. But when you're on the ground looking up at it, I feel like it just looks so cool, man. My goal with this big mutated dark oak tree was to build off of these other trees that we already have, you know, make it look like a mutated version of the existing dark oak tree, mixed with the tree from you guys remember the tree from Lion King that Rafiki lives in? I kind of had that in mind as well.
I thought you were going for like Korok Forest from Legend of Zelda.
I've never actually played Legend of Zelda, so no, I was not.
Similar vibe.
Fair enough. And I will say, when I fly around on the Happy Gast and look at it, I think the reason it looks so weird when you get a side view is the leaf coverage is very flat. Like, it doesn't dip down that much. I think if I brought the leaves down a bit more, it would, like they are over here, it would look a lot better. So we'll work on that later, though. Dino tuning in on Twitch. Maybe mix in some grass blocks or coarse dirt for the path. Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. The one over here. All of these pathways are unfinished. All of this is going to get quote unquote roughified. It's going to get blendified. I'm going to put a gradient in it and all this other stuff. It's not quite finished. You can kind of see like all this is moss, and then over here is the line. Like this is where I've actually done some terraforming and done some work. And then all this stuff over here is just untrimmed chaos. So I need to trim it up and make it look good. Bro, A.C., you need to play Legend of Zelda Breath. Oh, I know. I'm not a big Nintendo guy, is the thing. I have a Switch. It died on me in like less than a year, and then I had to pay like $100-something to fix it. And I was like, F that, I'm not doing it. And I just I'm not doing it. So I still have a broken Switch in my closet that one day I'll fix, I guess. Play some Legend of Zelda. This is another bridge. So some kind of thoughts that I've had. Oh, I love this view, by the way. Yeah, let's get over here. So this bridge actually leads to the quote-unquote entrance to my base. If you remember, I already told you spawn in over there. So you spawn in at my base. But conceptually, if someone was somewhere else in the world and they wanted to come to my base, how would they get there? If this was like a real world scenario, you know what I mean? And all of this is untrimmed. The only thing I've done over here so far is tear out all the trees. I still have to do all the terraforming and then adding in trees and all that stuff. So ignore it. It doesn't look great. But the idea is that there'll be a path that kind of winds around here to the train station that arrives at my base. And if you look closely, I'm sure you can guess what this train was modeled after. I don't think it needs to be stated. I think it's quite obvious. I think it's pretty funny that I used wither skeleton skulls and regular skeleton skulls for decoration. But honestly, that cost me absolutely nothing. So why would I not do that? And I went ahead and built this little train turntable down here because I'm a glutton for like realistic explanation. So in theory, the train arrives, it comes in from the mountains over there, docks at what will be Hogsmeade Station. I'm going to build a replica of Hogsmeade Station right here on the other side. So the idea is that the train could come in, it could dock, let people off, then it would continue out to the turntable. And this turntable is actually the perfect size to fit this train. So in theory, it could happen, right? You could drive this train out, if you could drive trains at all in Minecraft. And then this turntable could spin around, turning the train around so that the train can drive back out to the city that will one day be way over there, but I'm getting ahead of myself. He says probably too young to know. The only train I know of is the Polar Express. This is the Hogwarts Express. This is from Harry Potter, the Hogwarts Express. At least it's designed to look like the Hogwarts Express. And if you come down here, like it's fully decorated under here, and fully designed. Like I did not skimp out anywhere on this design. I made sure that it fit, made sure that you could. This is a little cabin car back here. So this is the driver's area, and I've got just a little cat here for the fun of it. And this is the one. I haven't decorated it yet. One of these days I'll decorate this cabin car, probably the same day that I do Hogsmeade Station over here. And then this train track will run all the way out here. Shout out to Jacob, who helped me dig out this train track, and I think I built it. I might be wrong. I think I built it, but he helped me dig it all out. And it's going to kind of disappear into a facade in the mountain. And then it will lead eventually out over here where I have more plans, but we are getting ahead of ourselves. Let's return to our, to what I call the ACE's HQ or ACE's headquarters area of the world. So in theory, if we had just arrived from the train, we would leave right here. There would be, I'm going to rebuild the spruce forest here so that you can't really see anything, and it secludes your vision of the dark oak forest, of the bridge, of the base. So you really are kind of invited into an open field. It's not going to be nearly as crowded as the pathway for the dark oak forest. It's going to be a bit more open, right? Probably put some bushes around, like sweetberry bushes and whatnot. Really just make you feel like you're walking through a forest. I really want your eyes to hone in on the bridge so you really know where you're going. and it really feels like the bridge is the only thing of interest around. And then once you get to the bridge, I want the dark oak, quote unquote, magic forest to become visible. So all of a sudden you get the bridge with the forest and then butterflies in the sky, but you still got a little bit of spruce tree coverage, right? So it's like, whoa, there's something really cool over there. I want to see it. You know, it really invites you in. You want to go in. And as you go there, this cliffside kind of fades away, and it gives you this shot of my base. I love this shot. I built this shot specifically. I had this shot in mind when I built up this cliff, this bridge. I'm gonna terraform the valley here, or the river here, and just really kind of hone in this shot. So like you're drawn to the magic forest, but that magic forest, because these kind of block your eye line on the right, it forces your eyes to look left, and you go, oh my gosh, even more. But to get over there, you gotta go through the forest. So as soon as you hit here, I want there to be an immediate feeling of compression again, where you have another dark oak forest, and you can go around this way, you can go around this way. If you go around this way, eventually over here, you'll notice this, it's just this. I'm going to build like a little fishing dock area, kind of just a backwoods, quiet area to do some fishing, you know, some nice area right here. I'll build up all of this mountain right here. You can probably tell that this mountain actually extended out across over here, and this island was not an island, but I tore out the mountain and made it an island because I wanted it to be an island. All of this river I gotta fill in, I gotta terraform it and do all that stuff, but there's gonna be a waterfall that comes down right here between this cliff and this cliff, kind of where those two trees are. So if you go the other way around and you don't go up there to the campsite, instead you come here, the idea is that, you know, you get this idea of compression, so there'll be trees here, so you can't really see anything, and your eye initially kind of wants to go up there, but you've already seen the base, so maybe the explorer's like, well, what's this way? You know what I mean? Because it's going to be continued, it's still going to be really cut off and secluded. Right about here, you'll be able to see the bottom of the waterfall and some rocky cliffs. And then as you get closer and closer, that view will open up. You'll get a nice view of the waterfall that kind of runs up here, and I'll build some stuff here, right? I'll build this mountain up, and you'll get a nice view of that waterfall. It'll come, and then you can keep coming around here, and that's pretty much everything. And there's another area right here. Everything except for this. I haven't covered what this is going to be, or any of the other stuff over there. So, YOLO Ace. I think you mean hello, but yeah, what's up? I'm late? No worries, man. Welcome in, Temp. Welcome in. Thank you for tuning in. Is it Harry Potter? Yes. Never read those books. I have all 7 of them right up there. They're really good. Bro, one of these days I'll do could be my life motto. It's definitely my life motto, my world motto. Like for this world is one of these days I'll for sure, right? Or this project is unfinished. It could also be the motto. But this is one of the other bridges I was talking about. So you'll notice that it's nice and terraformed right up to the bridge, and it goes under the bridge, still terraformed, and then gets to this side, and it's not quite terraformed yet. I also have these gondolas, gondolas. That's what they're called, right? The little boats in Venice, yeah. Gondolas here. And I've got another one, right over here. I love these gondolas. I just think they look really cool. And my goal is to have one for every wood type. So you can hardly see it, but there's a maroon one right there where my crosshair is. That's made of mangrove. There's a pale oak one right there where my crosshair is right now. We think we saw that one. There's an acacia one right there. And there is obviously a cherry one right here. So eventually in this little pond, in this river, that kind of runs around my entire base, I'm gonna have a gondola of every single wood type. I'm also gonna have a mutant tree of every wood type. So this is my dark oak mutant tree that's right there. And my pale oak mutant tree that I think y'all saw, it's right there, and it's a dead tree. It's meant to be a yew tree. If you've never seen a yew tree, you can Google it, YEW on Google. A yew tree, that's the idea there. Gosh, we're gonna be at 10,000 days before I even finish my base. I didn't think that would be the case. Then again, I was originally planning on leaving 10 days for the stream because I thought it would take 10 days to tour the world. But here we are. You can tell that I built all of this stuff before the copper update because all these changed and all these lanterns are not copper lanterns. I don't know if I'm going to go around and replace the lanterns. I don't know. But this right here, I call this Love Island, not like the TV show. In fact, I kind of hate the fact that it's named after the TV show. But anyways, this is Love Island. This is the Romance Island. This is, I think originally it was Dog Island. And then just coincidentally,
he just loves dogs.
The funny thing is, coincidentally, this little heart jacuzzi, a heart tub, if you will, like hot tub, you get it, Jacob? You get it? You didn't laugh.
I understood.
Yeah,
I
okay,
understood.
Okay. That sounded like my armor broke when you hit me there. I was like, no way. But this little heart was inspired because the grass that just happened to be here after I tore out this path was already in this exact shape. The shape of a heart, and I'll prove it later. I've got a map and I'll prove it. So I was like, oh dude, what if I just kind of leaned into it, embraced it, and made like a heart-shaped hot tub and called it like Romance Island, Love Island, you know what I mean? Like just kind of leaned into it and embraced it. So that's how this little hot tub came to be, just because the grass here was already happened to be shaped this way. So kind of cool. Wasn't a forethought, wasn't a plan. You'll notice that the pathway doesn't go all the way around here. It only lends to these stairs because, you know, you're not really supposed to go around. But anyways, that's just this little island. This is the other bridge I was talking about, the other bridge, and you'll see that, oh my gosh, this bridge isn't even finished. They're supposed to be chiseled tough right here in these spots.
This is not safe.
This is, yeah, dude, guys, I told you I'm really bad about never finishing stuff. But you can see, yeah, the pond... Oops. The pond goes all the way around.
That's my point. It's not safe. Just fell off the bridge.
I was crouched too. I don't know how that happened. Pond goes all the way around, terraformed right up to the bridge, and then if you go to the other side of the bridge, it is no longer terraformed. It is a bit more terraformed than the other side was, but that's not really important. But then if we keep going across the bridge and take a right, this is one of my favorite areas. It just came about willy-nilly. And so how this area came about, this area right here, one day I was kind of bored and was like, you know what, I kind of want to play mini games. You know what I mean? Like, I don't really feel like doing anything. I didn't feel like building anything. I didn't feel like working on a farm. I was like, I kind of want to just play mini games in Minecraft. Actually, I didn't even really feel like playing Minecraft specifically. I just wanted to play some games, but none of my other games were hitting the spot. You know what I mean? So I was like, what if I built mini games in my Minecraft world? So whenever I was bored, I could just go hop on my Forever world and play some mini games. So that's how this came about. This is my golf club. And this is going to be my golf course. Just like every project I undertake, I bit off way more than I could chew because I didn't think about it. So there's a little garden here, a little dock right here, and it leads up right here. I really like this staircase and the way it leads up. There's going to be some little patio areas here. I've got to put the like carpet things over there. I got to light things up. This is a project I really only work on when I'm just bored and I want to, which is not too often. But this is called Ace in the Hole, the Ace in the Hole Golf Club. It's clever. It's definitely clever. It's not conceited at all. But this is, I can't even remember. I styled the clubhouse after. It's not a like verbatim dot for dot replica, but it is inspired by a real life golf clubhouse at like a very fancy PGA official clubhouse. I can't remember what the course is that it's inspired by. Grand Lakes, does that sound right? I don't know. But this clubhouse is inspired, so if it looks familiar and you're a golf fan, then it probably was inspired by the golf clubhouse. I don't know. By the way, if you're wondering why there's water here, that's from a Happy Ghast. I hatched Happy Ghast right here. I hatched Happy Ghasts. I intentionally sparsed the happy ghasts equidistant all over my base of all 16 colors when they came out, so that they would just kind of fly around my base. And they have since kind of just gone wherever they want, so some of them are just like way off in the distance, and I've got to bring them back, but it is what it is. And yeah, as you can see, it's a complete work in progress, the clubhouse. I just started it, never finished it. Big deep slate area outside the clubhouse looks a bit bland. Yeah, it looks even blander on the map, dude. Just wait. But this area right here is meant to be the quote-unquote parking lot, and like hangout area, I guess. So I don't know what I'm gonna do here. I don't fully know. I've got a bridge here though. I know that I think I want to try and put like a water wheel on the side of here, and then have like part of like, so there'll be a pond up there. I'll probably have a water fountain that runs down here, and then like I don't know. I haven't fully decided here. But I've got this area here, and I got all this coral in this area, and this runs all the way down, and all the way down over here. And you can see it's nice and decorated. I'm actually really happy with the way this looks. And then there's this. Oh my gosh, I thought I put bars on here so you couldn't actually swim through here. Okay, well, I need to put bars on there. And it goes all the way through right over here, and this leads all the way down, around, and into the main pond. So I don't really have any plans for this area. If you guys have any thoughts, let me know. But this area right here is like parking. It's designed so you can get a horse down in here and a horse back out. But if you put your horse down here, hop off, and then get out yourself, your horse will be stuck. So you can park your horse right here. Over here is going to be like a bar area, like an outdoor bar. So this is going to be a bathroom, and then this is going to be an outdoor bar right here. And then right here you have a river. That's pretty cool. If you're wondering, it's kind of hard to see because of vibrant visuals, but this right here is actually, it's not like a bar, it's actually just, I've raised the height of the river. And I actually continued to raise it all the way back upstream to where it starts. It's actually really cool. I'm really happy with the way this river looks. But this bar here it's not like blocking anything off. It's just so that I could place water streams to actually extend this water out. So it looks more like that. It's kind of hard to tell with vibrant visuals that I raised it up. But you get like a nice little waterfall here. Eventually part of the golf course will be right here, so you get a nice view of the golf course. Down here is which is another thing I forgot to do. Down here is a bunch of pigs. I did remember, at least this one. A bunch of pigs. These are going to be like the quote-unquote golf carts, so you can grab yourself a pig and a carrot on a stick to use a pig as a golf cart as you go around if you want. I had my friends and my ex name these. This one was named by my ex. The funny thing is, and this is not intentional. It has just happened this way. I sent a picture of the pig to all of my friends, and I said, name this pig. My ex named this one Charlton, which is not a name. It's a cross between Charles and Carlton. So not a name, but that's what this one is called, is Charlton. My buddy Bakis and Eric, but the funny thing is I forgot to name these, but the funny thing is every single one is not actually a name. They sound almost like names, but they're not quite. Like, it feels like someone misspelled them just by coincidence, and I love it. I think it's hilarious. This one is the one that Jacob named. I don't know, how do you pronounce this, Jacob?
Oh, give me a second.
But it doesn't look like a name.
I don't remember what I named it, if I'm being honest.
Advisqua? Advisqua? I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Advisqua?
No, it's A.C.E.
A.C.E? So the V is like a U.
A.C.E. Yeah.
A.C.E. Okay. Apparently it's a Native American name, but in English it
Cherokee.
just sounds... Okay, Cherokee. I mean, Cherokee is Native American, but whatever.
Yeah, but get it right.
Okay, my bad. Don't know my Cherokee like you do.
Okay, you couldn't actually put it in the syllabary?
I actually didn't try, so I had already named it. when I said that I would try to do that, and I just forgot. But anyways, that's what this area is gonna be. And then this area down here is a like a test course, like a demo. What was I'm looking for? Like a putting zone, a practice area, so you can practice dodging the trees and then banking on either side of the nice either side here. But the first hole is actually, this is the first hole, and this is the second hole that I'm working on right now. And the kiosk is right here, so you come up here to start. This is the kiosk. You can see it says kiosk. It's a little hard to read. But I'm going to decorate out the kiosk eventually. You'll get your putter and your ball right there. You set your ball right here, and then you putt. This is the first hole. And then, you can take it all the way down here, down to the second hole. Oh, my bad. And then the second hole will go all the way around here, and then this waterfall will continue down, blocking a one shot, so it'll be really hard to get a hole in one because the waterfall is blocking it. So then the second hole, and then you'll go underground for the third hole, and then you'll kind of just continue onwards like that. And you'll pop up somewhere over here, and then play down there, and then play across here, play up this hill here, play across the hill here, all the way. It's going to be an 18 hole course. So all of this blank area that you see right here, all of this is set aside for the golf course. But I haven't built pretty much any of the golf course yet. It's going to wrap up and be finished right about here. There's going to be a bridge that crosses right here, and then you're going to continue over here, go into a tunnel. That tunnel's going to pop out right there, and then you'll go all the way around and up to finish right there at the kiosk again. So that is everything I have planned for the golf course. But you'll see that golf course kind of pops up, out, and around right here. And you get a nice shot of this greenhouse and a really cool area behind the greenhouse. So let's go ahead and take a look at what that is. I already told you, but yeah, this waterfall comes over here, spits itself out right down here, and then continues out down that way. So this greenhouse has been here for a long time. This is actually a new greenhouse. I built this originally with my ex-girlfriend, and then she broke up with me, and I tore it down and rebuilt it because I didn't like it. The idea behind this greenhouse was always that it was going to be a house for my dyes, a dye farm, if you will. It was kind of okay, pretty mid, until I tore it down and rebuilt it, and now this thing is a absolute freaking beast. It is a monster. I've still got more plans for what I want to do over here, but those are all to come. The only two colors you can't farm are black and brown, because they're the only two colors that are non-renewable. And if you're like, hey, what about lime dye? You can actually get lime dye from sea pickles and a furnace. So I have sea pickles hooked up to a furnace array. You can get green dye from cactus in a furnace array. So I get my green dye here. And you can actually get cyan dye if you take green dye and blue dye, craft them together into cyan dye. So every single one of them is 100% fully farmable, and I will show you the mechanisms and machines below me that run this. But first off, I kind of want to demo it for you. So this is a cool switch, meaning the farm is not running, you're good to go, and you can leave the area, because if you leave the area while the farm is running, it will break stuff. What's up, Barton? Thank you for tuning in. Let's see, wait a minute. LL sounds French. No, it's Cherokee. Oh, a hydrate. Okay, I missed that. Nice. 30 minutes left until day 10,000. Bro, for real. Squid ink. Squids give ink sacs, then use a crafter. Yeah, I could do that. The thing is, I'm not in a river biome. I could also set up a wither killer and a wither rose farm, but it's just really hard to... So the idea is that I have a button, I press the button and it creates the dye. It's kind of hard to do that with squid and wither, you know what I mean? So I just don't have anything for black. But thank you for the idea, thank you for including that. That is technically true. But I'm going to go ahead and demo it. So if I press this purple button, Then shortly after I do, this light will turn off because it's going to tell me, hey, farm's running. Farm is in motion. This is an override switch, by the way. So if I'm like, yo, I got places to be, I'm busy right now, I cannot afford to wait for this farm to finish, I can flip this override switch, which actually looks like it's actually engaged right now. So this override switch turns off the bone meal generators, which is really what like takes the most time. So I can turn off the bone meal generators so that I can leave the area without having to worry about it. But if I just give it about a minute or so and I wait, eventually you'll see just stacks upon stacks of purple dye start shooting up this water chute right now. And while we wait for that to happen, I'm gonna go do the hydrate. You know, I just remembered that purple dye specifically also uses a double crafting system, because I craft blue dye and red dye together to get purple dye. So this one is a bit more advanced than the others and might also have some flaws. so purple might not have been the one to demonstrate. I'm gonna go down to the system and see what. Actually, let's do the hydrate, and then I'm gonna go down to the system and check it out and see what's going on. Bubble stream. All right, there we go. Full glass right there. Down it. Just like that. Cool. Back to the game. Yeah, the fact that we haven't gotten any dye through here, unless I just missed it all, which seems unlikely, is a bit concerning. So I'm going to go down real quick, get a bit ahead of myself. This is a skeleton grinder that leads down to a skeleton farm. But I've left it open so that I can easily access my dye farm, which is right here. This monstrosity is all the redstone controls and whatnot for this dye farm. So this stack right here is the stack for the purple dye. So this one above me should produce the red. Yeah, so it's a double stack flower farm. So this bottom layer produces red, this top layer produces blue. When you turn it on, they both run it and then get pushed over here and then filtered out. So they both run and get crafted into dye. So you can see right here, that's what this first crafting area is here. This is just like a bulk massive dye crafter, and sometimes some flowers get stuck in here like this because I only have the detector on this hopper right here, so they only run while there's items in that hopper, which is the first hopper. So usually it's not a big deal, but sometimes they get stuck. And then the dye comes out down here where it runs through minecart hopper speed sorters and gets sorted into blue and red dye, or at least they're supposed to get sorted into blue and red dye, and then they get put into this hopper or this crafter where they automatically get crafted into purple dye. It looks like my auto crafting system is my dual 2-item auto crafting. Gosh, what am I trying to say? My 2-item crafting system back here is not working properly. All right, I'll fix all that stuff later. This is not meant to be me streaming the world. It's me touring the world. So if we find bugs, that's whatever. I'll fix it later. But this is how this works, right? Let me just break this and go over. Oh lord, yeah. Ace, did you remove sub badge? No, I didn't. You still got it. Oh. I can put chat back on the screen. Yeah, sorry, I removed it. I removed it to show off something else. I can't remember what it was. There you go. Yeah, no, I definitely see it. Yeah, it's, you got that gold sub badge, man. Yeah, but this is the dye farm. So essentially what you have here is every single one of these little units is a is a module, is a flower farm that is fed by these bone meal farms in the back. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 massive bone meal farms that all feed into each of these flower farms. I think there's like over 16 flower farms down here. Each of these white lines is the on-off switch for the wait a minute. No, the white lines are actually the detector lines. They are detecting if the farms are still running. And as long as all the farms are shut off, the white lines will turn on the lamp. So these white lines all connect together. Ooh, yikes. That's dangerous. Into one big AND switch up here. So you'll see they all come here into this AND switch or switch. So if literally any of them is turned on, this lamp will turn off. Which one is turning it on then? Because I don't see it. It's this one. Why is this detector signaling that the system is on? Because it's not. Oh. Oh. That. Because it is. Because it is turned on. But it's not turned on. That's so weird. Oh, because I have the override switch shutting it off. That's why. Yeah, so this green line is my override switch. That would be why. That would be why I'm so confused. And that would also be why we didn't get any dye. So my green line here is my override switch, which is bypassing this copper bulb, which is usually what turns the system on and off. It's actually bypassing the copper bulb and powering the system directly to keep it from being able to be turned on. But this runs on a clock system where it automatically shuts itself off after one cycle. So because I turned it on, but it never actually turned on, it also never turned itself back off, which is why the system is saying that it's on, even though it's actually off. So that's interesting. A little bit of an oversight in my thing. So the blue lines, by the way, blue lines are water. Red lines are the redstone on-off switch. The white lines are the currently running detection system. And the green line is the override shut-off system. So I've color-coded all of my lines here so that I can tell them apart, tell what they are. This is my sea pickle farm and my bone meal farm or whatever that's powering my furnace array here. So that bone meal farm is also powering a one-tick bamboo farm right here, which then gets fed into these crafters and crafted into bamboo slabs. Little fun fact for you guys, on Bedrock Edition, wooden slabs actually burn for the same duration as wooden planks. So if you craft all of your wooden planks into slabs on Bedrock Edition, you effectively double your fuel supply. It's awesome. So pretty sweet. If other people see that, that's all that matters. Yeah, gotcha. It's so weird. I have a tinfoil farm in my world. Oh, you don't have tinfoil in this world though. Dude, this is pushing vanilla to the max. Not modded, but vanilla. And it turned out I accidentally made the wrong kind of foil. That's weird. I prefer this version of the game where foil isn't even a thing. This is the cactus farm. It literally just produces cactus at all times, 24/7. That's why this lava is here, so that things like once these hoppers overflow, they don't just pile up, they just automatically burn so that it's not stacking up and creating even more lag. And this right here is my light blue farm, and this right here is my cyan farm. So this cyan farm actually just produces blue flowers and then comes over here where I siphon off a bit of the green dye. So about half of all the green dye, or maybe a third of all the green dye, actually gets siphoned off and sent into the cyan thing. And the cyan is actually not finished yet. So cyan is the only one I have yet to finish building, but this is my dye farm. And I gotta say, this dye farm is absolutely ridiculous, absolute overkill. I feel very confident when I say that this is the best dye farm anyone has ever made in the game of Minecraft. Maybe not the absolute best, but it's gotta be up there in the top 5. It's overkill. It took me like a whole month, and I don't regret it for even a single moment. It was so incredibly worth it. Making bulk circuits, dude. Fair, dude. I don't even know what you're talking about. What you're just yapping. You're yapping for the sake of yapping, man. Anywho, gosh, yeah. Let me go ahead and shut off the override switch, because if I shut off the override switch, that should kick the flower farm into gear. So if I shut that off, then our double stack flower farm for the purple should be turned on. Yeah, so if we look at it, you can already see that it's running. And yeah, I'm starting to get frames. This is just a thing that you get used to when you play on Bedrock Edition, because it doesn't run very well. This is literally my semi-automatic void excavator setup. Is way more simple than that dye farm. Yeah, well, welcome to vanilla. This is why I actually prefer vanilla, because stuff like this is still possible. It's just way harder. I think it's way more fun. You know what I mean? Like, if all I have to do is craft a machine, and that machine is going to automatically produce every single dye in the game, and sure, even if it takes days upon days upon days to get all the resources to make said machine, I don't know. I think it's just better this way. And Mojang obviously agrees with me. Otherwise, they would add in those machines. Okay, that's kind of dangerous. I did not realize that those flowers get stuck. That's super bad. That's something we're gonna have to fix. We shall fix that. But you can see, yeah, now the copper bulb is on. The machine did one cycle. It flushed itself, and then automatically turned itself back off. That's exactly the behavior we want to see. Let me come in here and grab those. There we go. It's not a big deal if all of those get stuck. I don't really care. We're gonna come down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. I'm gonna put these in the same one over here. So now all of these are crafting up their dye. It looks like some of the flowers went over. And these are just pretty much spam crafting dye. So that dye can now fall down into here, get crafted together to create purple dye. That purple dye is going to run up this chute, and if I stand here, yeah, I should start collecting it. Yeah, cool, perfect. So all that purple dye is now going. Gosh, this is so cool. I'm so happy that this works. Because honestly, I did not do the proper amount of testing after I finished building the farm. But that's pretty much all that, right? Purple dye is going. This lamp is still off because the bone meal farms are probably replenishing the bone meal. Let me go ahead and turn my override switch back on. This lamp should turn back on. There we go. And I'm going to go ahead and leave the area. So that is my dye farm. I am so happy with it. I am so happy with it. Thank you, Jacob. Why do you need so much dye? You don't, but I'll tell you this much. How many times have you gone to do a build that needed dyed concrete, dyed wool, dyed terracotta, some kind of dye, and you don't have it, so you gotta go farm the dye first? I do that all the time. And I just got sick and tired of it. So I made this for the fun of it, because it really was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to make this. And now all I got to do whenever I need dye is like, guys, all of this dye that you see here is from one push of this button. I push that button once and I get all this dye. I never need to do it again. You know what I mean? Like, I push each button once and then I never have to push any of them again. Like, That's why I do this. Oh, and by the way, the only way to get dark gray or regular gray dye is by using the new eye blossoms, which is why you occasionally get a bit of orange mixed in. I need to add an item filter that pulls the orange out and pushes it over here. But that's why. Oh, interesting. Let me pull that out. That shouldn't be there. I must have just put that in the wrong area. But that's why. I don't exactly need this much dye. It's just that whenever I do need dye, it makes it super convenient and super easy. Plus, I want to farm. I want to be able to farm absolutely every single item in the game at some point eventually. So you might as well start with dye, right? Moving on. This right here is my skeleton grinder. And to be honest with you, you're looking at the coolest part because the tunnel here isn't even finished, and as you go down the tunnel you start to go backwards in time, and this killing chamber is actually one of, I think, the oldest thing in my world that's still here. This is my only enchantment setup in the entire world, unless, I mean, there's a chance that Jacob or Xander set up an enchantment setup somewhere else that I am unaware of. But as far as I'm aware, this is literally the only enchantment. That sounds right. This is the only one I ever set up. It's my first one, my first enchantment table. In fact, usually when I play, I don't even make an enchantment table ever, because I just buy all my trades on all my enchants from villagers and whatnot. So I haven't used this area in years. It's very outdated. I do think, yeah, it automatically sorts the arrows and the bones and stuff for me too. I've got plenty of anvils. It's a cool area. It needs to be redecorated to match the new style of the exterior and whatnot, but that's pretty much it. I don't know. I only use cherry blossom. Oh, well, it's kind of weird. That's kind of weird, man. Kind of weird. Speaking of cherry blossom, I said I want to make a quote-unquote mutant tree of every type. My pale oak tree is right there. My dark oak tree is back there. My spruce trees are going to be that, I mean, that whole forest. I'm going to build a whole forest of mutant spruce trees, so spruce trees don't really count. But my cherry tree is actually going to be right here. It's going to be directly in front of the greenhouse. This is where my cherry tree is going to go. And I think I'm going to do a standard oak tree over here. So you'll kind of have the pale oak, the cherry, and the oak. The dark oak over there, and then spruce beyond those. I don't know. I said every, but I don't know if I'll actually do mangrove or acacia in this immediate area. We shall see. Probably not. I'll probably do them eventually, but probably not in this area. But anyways, other than that, this is my pale oak mutant tree. It's meant to look like a dead yew tree. Yew spelled Y-E-W. It's actually a type of tree. I am very, very happy with the way this came out. This is pretty much the first time I ever tried to make a big custom tree like this. I had never ever tried to do a custom tree with branches like this before. So I'm really happy with the way this turned out. I tried to model it from every single angle so that no matter where you look at it from, it feels balanced and it looks good. And I am really happy, really happy with the way it turned out. And there is a special little secret in this tree that I'm going to show you guys. I'm actually going to cut this out of the video once I post the VOD as an official video. But I'm going to show you guys this. So around this world, I have secrets. Several secrets that are hidden all over the place. And I got the idea for secrets hidden in my world from, gosh, what is it called? UHC generation. If you guys are unfamiliar with UHC generations, UHC stands for ultimate or ultra hardcore, which is basically hardcore plus no natural regen. So the only way you can regen hearts is through the regeneration buff. And it's called generations because whenever you die, you have to pass the world on to another YouTuber who will continue the legacy. So I think there's been about 5 or 6 YouTubers so far who have been a part of UHC generations. And a big part of it is they will leave behind secrets and Easter eggs and puzzles and treasure hunts for the next generation to find. And I was like, dude, that sounds really, really cool. I've got something a bit unique with my world, considering that all my friends play on it and whatnot. So what if I went around and hid secrets in my world? Jacob activated the secret. That's what the little sound there was. So I have a little rule in my world. Actually, the first rule I had when I first started making the world way back when was think bigger. If I'm working on a project, think bigger. There's no such thing as too big, which is probably how I got to where I am now. Because at the end of the day, if this is a forever world, I literally have forever to work on it. So there's no such thing as too big. Keep going, think bigger. That was my first concept that I took with me into this world. That's how I got to where I am now. I thought the main inspiration was from Mog Swamp, to be honest. But UHC is better. So Mog Swamp doesn't have secrets in his world, but he does have lore built into his world. And I am planning on, like, that, like my dark oak forest and my train station and my golf course and stuff like that, that is inspired by Mog Swamp's lore building and fleshing out the entire world. All of that is definitely inspired by Mog Swamp, but these secrets specifically are inspired by UHC generations. So I actually built this tree where my ex-girlfriend's house used to be. So about a year ago, my ex-girlfriend, she dumped me. And we started this world together. So we were together when I made the world back in 2020. And about a year ago, she dumped me. So it was a bit hard for me to come back to the world. And when I did, I had to tear down her house. And I was very curious, like, what do I do with that area? And I had the idea to build this big dead yew tree. Because I thought it was very symbolic, and it also kind of fit well with the skeleton grinder, which just happened to be here. The skeleton grinder used to come up into her basement, if that kind of gives you an idea of where the house used to be. It used to be kind of like right here-ish, so it's barely placed on the property. But you needed to know that to get the background, to know the secrets, to know the information given in the secret. So if you climb the tree, like I just have, you'll notice some very cool things, but you might notice this button right here. This is the only pale oak button in the entire system. In the entire tree, this is the only pale oak button. All of the other buttons are made of stone. So that is the only hint you get, that if you push this button, there's actually a piston system hidden in the trunk of the tree that removes this block. This is the only other hint that you get. This is a bone block, and it is the only bone block in the entire tree. So if we push that button one more time, and then open up the barrel that gets revealed, you'll notice I have a secret here. It's called Me and You, spelled Y-E-W, because that's the type of tree. If I pull this book out of here, then I have a detector so that that bone will immediately open itself up so that you don't have to go up there and push the button again, so that you can put the book away. But if we open this up, it says, congratulations, you have found ACE's headquarters, secret number 6. This secret was originally hidden on about 6 months ago, earlier this year. This secret is buried beneath a dead yew tree. This yew tree was placed atop the remains of my ex-girlfriend's house after the house was demolished, and it is part of the ACES HQ district, and will be documented in the ACES HQ section of the secret library. I put hidden library on this one. It's supposed to be secret library, once it's constructed. So eventually I'm going to build a whole city, and in that city there's going to be a library, and in that library is going to be a secret, and if you go into that, activate the secret, you open access to a whole new area of the library called the secret library, and in that library is documentation of all the secrets that have ever been hidden. That's the idea. At least it's, but I haven't quite gotten that far. And then instructions to properly rehide. Please put the secret me and you book back into the barrel buried beneath the yew tree. So as soon as I put this book back in the barrel, that bone block will close back up, and the secret is rehidden. Dude, what?
Dude, I never knew I was supposed to hit the pale oak button.
What button did you hit? Oh my gosh, dude, and that's obvious too, because that's a piston right there.
Yeah, I can see the redstone there.
That is the only part of the system. I think it's an observer actually. That's the only part of the system that I wasn't able to hide.
Yeah, I was like, I did not know I was supposed to fly.
Hang on, I think there are actually several buttons.
I was gonna say I remember I had to run around the tree, like I had to hit it multiple times before I could figure out where I was supposed to go.
Okay, is it just that one button? It is. Okay, I'm just gonna tear it out. I'm gonna tear it out. Yeah. Okay, there we go. There we go. We got it fixed. Dude, that's so funny. What are you doing? Get that out of here. Come on, man. Come on. No cheating. No cheating. Yeah, but there are plenty of secrets all over the place. I think Jacob has found every single secret except one, if I'm not mistaken.
I found 7.
I think there are 8 now. Have you found Sticky Situation?
Yeah, I found that one today.
Okay, then you found all 7. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anywho, moving right along.
Most of them, I find them because Ace just leaves them sitting out in the open.
No.
And then I have to go back and actually
I didn't.
it.
Well, no, you found this one legit. Like, I did not leave this one out in the open. The newest one?
Yeah, come here. World Tour, led by Jacob.
No, I didn't.
Watch, mine the hole.
We're getting ahead of ourselves. Did you just come back here to get a torch?
No, I was supposed to put a torch in there. I just found the book.
Oh, you found... Oh, yeah, these are my spare books. These are spare books.
I found 11 copies.
Yeah, well, put one back, buddy. Those are spares.
No, I went back, I reverse engineered the secret.
That's not the actual secret, dude. Those are spares.
I know, I reverse engineered it. I went back and I put it where you told me to hide it.
Dude, no freaking way. That's so funny. Yeah.
And then
so funny.
I looked again and it wasn't there, so I'm like, okay, that was the secret.
Yeah, no, that's so funny that, okay, wow. So that is actually the only other secret I was planning on showing off in the stream. So
okay, I was gonna say, well, I haven't given it away. I've just shown them where you left your
story. No, but just by chance, it was actually the only one I was planning on showing off other than this. Before we get to the visitor center and all the stuff over here, actually, let's go behind the visitor center. But before we get to the visitor center, I actually want to jump over here to the left side of my base and cut back to that bridge. But behind the greenhouse, we've got a couple of dumpsters right here, and directly next to the dumpsters, we've got the pottery. No, I'm definitely not trying to say anything. I'm definitely not implying anything by putting the pottery right next to these dumpsters. Not saying anything. Not saying it. But then right next to the pottery area right here, we have a, this is meant to look kind of like a kiln. So like the idea is that, when you make your pottery, you cut it and you craft it over here, you put it in the kiln, you got wood here to, to keep the kiln running, and then you put it over here to dry once it's done, right? So I got a nice little pottery area over here. Another thing I want with this area, with the quote unquote ACE's headquarters, is every single part of the game, every aspect of the game that is not inherently tied to a specific location, I want to try and bring that into the headquarters. So pottery, that's a part of the game. It's a very niche part of the game, but it's part of the game, so I want it to be here, right? That's why it's here. Same with the dyes. And then over here is Sniffers. Sniffers, part of the game. Very niche part of the game, but a part of the game. So I've got my little sniffer farm over here. It's not fully built up yet, but eventually I'm going to breed the crap out of these sniffers and get a bunch of them. And then I'm going to run tracks, minecart tracks underneath the ground here that just naturally go along and pick up all the seeds. And then they're probably going to get dumped into a storage system that I'm probably going to put right here. But we'll see. We'll see. Those are all tentative plans. But that's pretty much everything behind the greenhouse. I'm really happy with the way that stuff looks, even though there's not really too much function there yet. So I'm hoping to have more function later. And dude, I just love the way the gondolas look at night. And I love the way this pond looks at night. I just think it's so beautiful. Man.
What's the drip leaf thing behind the visitor center?
We can show you real quick. That is a mini game. You want to play?
Oh, is this like Spleef?
This is Spleef. I call it Drip Spleef. You get it? Like Drip Leaf, yeah. Drip Spleef. So this is Spleef. For those of you that have never played, Spleef was like an old game. It kind of fell out of popularity, but basically you would have like either sand with pressure plates on top that like have no blocks underneath them, you know, like, or you would have like dirt and shovels and you would like tear it out, you know what I mean? But basically the idea is you would run around and you would have your opponent on them as well, and you're trying to get your opponent to fall without actually falling yourself. Got him! Yeah, so that's what this is. It's just a little Drip Spleef arena. So pretty cool. But I do want to come back over here to the bridge. So let's jump back to right here. How long do we have before daytime? I really want to get a shot of the sun coming up, like right here. I think that's probably what I'm gonna do for my thumbnail as a screenshot of that. But we'll see. Know what you can do when you get bored? Restore an ancient city. Oh, I probably will. There's an ancient city off that way that you can literally see from the surface. Like if you just stand at the surface and look down, you can see it. Like that's how deep the cave goes. It's really cool. So I'll probably restore that one. Because it would naturally just make sense to build like a staircase down, and it's also kind of in the midst of where I'm already planning on building a city, so it would be a really cool like historic site for part of the city and whatnot. So yeah, I probably will. Looks like a pizza oven. Yes, I was inspired by pizza ovens when I built that. So yeah, gotta watch the sunrise over your world for day 10,000. Well, now I have to. I wanted to. Was like, no, I don't feel like waiting. I don't want to make the viewers wait. Taco said I have to. Now I have to. This is it, guys. This is it. Hang on. I'm actually going to hide this. Hide my camera so that for the stream you just get this nice. And I'll probably screen clip this for the thumbnail of the VOD once it goes. But this is it, guys. Day 10,000. Day 10,000. Hang on. Let me turn my field of view down. I keep my field of view really high when I play because I like it high, but nice. Get out of the way, buddy. Get up on out of here. Dang, look at that. Oh man. Hello, what's up, Rock Productions? Thank you for tuning in. Is that your first time chatting with us? I think it's your first time chatting with us. It doesn't say first time. I guess not. Dang, guess not. Dino says, while watching, I've been remaking one of my mobs from Advanced Medieval. Here's a picture of it on Discord. Okay, dude, sweet. Warley, dude, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for tuning in. Guys, we have just hit 10,000 days. 10,000 days played. That's awesome. That's all. Now I gotta say, at least like 3,000 or 4,000 of those are probably probably AFK. Yeah, but hey, it counts nonetheless. Anyways, Now that we are on day 10,000, let's move on to the base, the official house itself, and the area to the left. So I've got this little garden area right here to the left of the house. I mean, this, you can see it right here. It's just a little flower bed. Beautiful. Burrito SMPers do this every 100-day milestone. Nice. That's pretty cool. And this right here is, you know, more flower beds and whatnot. And if you look from like an aerial view, there is like a pattern to it. They are laid out decoratively. And this is a hedge maze right here, actually, because every rich person has to have a hedge maze. This is another flower bed that I guess I haven't decorated yet. There's going to be a bridge here eventually, and that's going to lead to some plans that I have over here. I'm thinking about putting, so I guess I can show you real quick. So there's going to be like a big, like, I don't like a ranch style house up on the side of the hill here, and then some silos up there. I think I'm going to put my clay farm in the silos. Then over here, I'm going to build up like a big redwood forest. If you've seen Hermitcraft 10, Scar's Redwood Forest and Hermitcraft Season 10 is pretty much my inspiration. Ooh, whoops. I'm just activating all the cameras that don't need to be seen. Hermitcraft, Scar's Redwood Forest, Hermitcraft Season 10. I kind of want to rebuild it for right here. And then fence in this whole area. You'll see. And this is going to be like a horse track. So this is where my horses are and where I breed my horses. Little fun fact, I'm a nut, and every single one of these, every single one is named. Every single one, when I breed them, I pick them by name to be bred, and then I give them a name once I have bred them. Sometimes they have the same name. This is Ezekiel the Third, Rooster, Keons, Camellia, the Vizina, Cassiopeia, Buttercup, Gaston, Braxton, Ezekiel II, Chiquipara, Baron, Hepsifith, Jericho, Porky, Lenny, Onai, and Dominic. So Lenny, fun fact, Lenny is a offspring of Dominic the Donkey and Vizina. So if you think that naming every single one of these horses is wild and really dumb, not only did I name them, I have kept track. I have kept track of the lineage.
Show him the book.
I am. The book is open right now on. So this is the Stallone. Like stallion, Stallone is meant to be like a cross between Stallone, the Italian stallion, and stallion. So all of these horses are part of the Stallone family. Their last name is Stallone, and I started breeding them on 7/24/2024. This is meant to be a little horse ASCII art. I think it's pretty clear what this is. 4 founders: Vizina, the first of the family, mother of Lenny. Hepsifith, it was the second horse that I ever got. Primary mate is Ezekiel. Ezekiel was the third, and their primary mate is Hepsifith. Gaston is number 4, and his primary mate is Misha. I've got all of their stats documented here. Vizina is a female, which the gender is just something willy-nilly that I assigned for the fun of it. Is a female. A black with a lineage is wild, right? They are a wild female. Their stats, their health is 10 out of 15. The stick system is a system I worked out. Basically, the lower the number, the better. The stick system is basically how, if I run, you can see the redstone. I've had it torn out. I used to have a pressure plate system here, the same pressure plate system that was over here, and I would fill this with sticks. So basically the time it took for me to run from here to the other one, I would count the amount of sticks that were created in that amount of time, and that would be the stick system to determine how fast they are. Because on Bedrock, I can't just download a mod to see their stats. So you have all these creative names. So if you name one something simple like Jeff or Bob, it will be funny. I mean, Rooster. Like, come on, like some of them, Dominic. Some of them are not that creative. Roan, Porky, like I don't know. A lot of them are creative, but some of them aren't. So I have all their stats and their jump height mapped out as well. So what you end up getting is Lenny, the first mule. Their lineage is Dominic and Vizina. And then Misha is actually the first offspring between Ezekiel and Hepsifith. And then I bred Hepsifith with Gaston to create Baron, and then Gaston with Misha to create Camellia, and then Gaston with Camellia to create Jericho. So yeah, it's a little gross there, you know, if this was anything other than Minecraft. And then Misha with Camellia to create Ezekiel the second. They're siblings if you're not doing the math there. Gaston with Jericho to create Rooster, and then yeah, I've got them all mapped out, and basically I am min-maxing stats to try and create the ultimate horse. So you can see that Gaston is actually still so I haven't tested Chikipara or Keon's lineage yet. Those are the most two recent ones, but you can see that Gaston is still breeding it up, man, because he's just a freaking beast. But I'm trying to get those. I'm trying to get best stats. I'm working on that god horse. You know, the best horse you can get. But we'll see. We'll see.
You're limiting yourself.
I'm keeping track of all of it. And this little pillar here is to test jump height of horses. If you're wondering what this what these pillars are, this right here is the absolute maximum jump height, which is 5 and a bit. 5 and a trapdoor is the absolute highest any horse can jump. So, anywho. That is pretty much everything that's going to be over here and everything I have over here. So we'll come right back over here. This fountain, by the way, literally the only reason I built this fountain is 1, to fill this area, and 2, when you've got this view over here, I wanted to put something in your line of sight. Like, I just wanted to put something there because it felt like it needed something there. It's literally the only reason I built it. I was like, oh, I need to put something here, and let me make it nice and vertical. Oh, a nice fountain would be good. Let me make a nice fountain. So there we go. Got a nice fountain, and it flows from layer to layer. I still have no idea what I'm going to do with this area right here. I just started working on this last night, terraforming this to moss and this to stone. It's ridiculous. You can tell where I've stopped, but just coming in and replacing all the dirt with stone, it's ridiculous how much of an improvement that makes. Like, actually ridiculous. Do you turn my lights off? Jacob, turn my lights back on. All these lights are supposed to be on. He turned them off. There are buttons on the other side here for decoration.
You have to be a little more environmentally conscious.
Look, any button that's actually going to cause issues, like legitimate issues, I have like warning labels and stuff to be like, do not push these buttons. And this is the entrance to the hedge maze. A fun fact with the hedge maze: if you hop up on a happy gas, it's pretty much the only time that you can tell that the design of the hedge maze, which is kind of hard to tell because these happy gas are so freaking slow, man. But the design of the hedge maze, hang on. Make a small elevated crop farm? I mean, I could. There's just really no reason to make crop farms in this area. I could make like wheat fields, but I wouldn't make farms. What does that look like? What does that look like to y'all? Because I think I killed it. Like, I think I absolutely nailed it in terms of what it's supposed to look like. It's kind of hard to tell without looking like exactly a top-down view. But that is a playing card. And not just any playing card. It is an Ace of Spades playing card. So I think it's really cool. I'm really happy with the way it turned out. I'm gonna build like a another like statue in the center of the hedge maze, and probably put a secret in the statue. So if you've solved the hedge maze and whatnot, you can, it's like self-rewarding. You know what I mean? Oh, by the way,
it sucked walking all the way through there and then getting nothing and having to find my way back out.
Yeah, well. I will eventually put something in the center. Oh, and if you guys are wondering, hey, what's that big purple thing? That big purple thing in the middle of the lake there? Ouch. That is my slime farm. So this is 2 chunks that are slime chunks that I dug out. In the top area here, just for decoration, I put like fans. Eventually, I'm going to make these fans kind of green and like covered in slime, so it looks like they're like sucking the slime out, and they're like ventilation fans. But you can see underneath here is my slime farm. So I've got like ventilation in the top, iron golems all over the sides. Jacob killed this one, so you can ignore that. He killed that one too. But I've got iron golems all up and down the sides, all over the place. It really is like a top tier slime farm, and I barely use it because I play in peaceful.
I killed that one.
I think, oh, maybe Xander killed one. No, I think you killed both. Pretty sure you killed both.
I know I killed one when I was excavating for you.
I don't know. But that is that's what this little area here is. This was one of the first things I ever made, was this slime farm, actually, before I decorated the pond and all that stuff and like terraformed all of that. I had the idea of, hey, what if I brought the slime chunk all the way to the surface and you could see it like sticking out under the pond? That'd be cool. It was one of the first things I did. But without further ado, the base, the actual home base. Let's go ahead and open up the front door. Oh, Burp City. Open up the front door. There we go. And you can come on inside just like so. And it opens up to this little living room area. And then right here is the main staircase. So this staircase runs up and down my entire base. And we will get to this staircase in a bit. But yeah, this is pretty much the central hub, the central area of my entire base is that staircase. Over here on the right is my quick access area. Got a dip soon? No worries, man. Thank you for stopping by. Over here on the right is my quick access area. So pretty much any workstation that I could see myself potentially needing access to. That's kind of weird. Potentially needing access to, I have over here, so that I can, even composters, cauldrons, all that stuff, so that I can easily get to that. If I want to get into the bowels of my base and kind of like get behind stuff into the nitty gritty, I can go into this quote unquote construction zone. So I can get over here if I need to, and I'll show you more of all the stuff back here later. But that's there for that. And oh, Jacob, by the way, you probably didn't know this. You'll want to see this. And then right here, I have 2 bathrooms. I have a male bathroom and I have a female bathroom. And they are fully decorated. But I have a second rule of thumb, which I was trying to tell you guys earlier, which is that nothing in this world should be purely cosmetic. Everything should have some kind of functional use. So what is the functional use of this bathroom? Well, if I throw this button into this hopper here, it will go down into this dispenser. Oh, hang on. Yeah, the dropper here. If I put anything in this dropper, you'll hear that it automatically gets dispensed, and that actually gets automatically sent out directly into my storage room. So these bathrooms are quite literally an area for me to relieve myself. If I have a bunch of crap in my inventory I want to get rid of, and I don't want to have to go all the way to my storage room, I can just come over here and literally throw it in the toilet, and it will get automatically sorted for me. So that's this area over here is my quick access area, so I can quick dump my storage, quickly access any crafting station I need, or get into the bowels of my base if I really have to. See ya, really fun world. Thank you, man. Make sure to check it out on YouTube once the full video goes up, because this is literally the tip of the iceberg, dude. All right, and then over here, we have a little bar area operated by your very own copper golem. This little area back here, a little fun fact, I was trying to look at ways to decorate this area. Really stare at this glass and tell me if you notice something, Jacob.
I see 3 snowmen.
Golems. Yeah, there are 3 snow golems hidden back there just to give it a little bit of animation. So that if you're looking at it from a distance, every now and then you get a little bit of glare, you get a little animation in there, you know what I mean? It doesn't work as well as I hoped it would, but yeah. Oh, here's another thing. I'm cheap. So anywhere I don't have to place blocks, I'm not gonna place blocks. So yeah, you can see back here, and that's the secret, Jacob. That's a little secret right there.
Yeah, I found it.
Yeah, this is where this is from, but you'll see that later. I'll show you later. Anyways, yeah, so this is just a little decorative area, and I'm gonna put sea lanterns back there so that you'll get light shining through the trapdoor, and then people can't go back there themselves. But if you're thinking, hey, what the heck? What was that chest down there? And why is this seat stuck? You know what I mean? Why is this seat not extended? That's another secret. So another fun fact, this barrel right here also serves as a dump chest. If I want to dump stuff into my storage system, I can put it into this barrel right here and it will get sent into my storage system. But it makes a rendezvous fort first. So every time a redstone torch gets placed into the system, it gets pulled out and sent underneath where a copper golem lives. That copper golem will sort all the items. It only sorts torches and sticky situation books. When it sorts those torches and those torches, it will detect that the torch gets sent through the system. And if you just give it a second here, it does take a little bit, especially because I sent 2 items through, so it's going to take a little bit longer. Interesting. Is it gonna make me look like a liar? This is my most recent secret, and I have had issues with it recently. I can't tell if he's just taking his time or if he already sorted it and it didn't work. But anyways, basically, if you put a redstone torch through there, this seat is supposed to extend, and it's also got a dropper right here that will spit out a sticky situation book, which is secret number 7, the most recent secret. And in order to rehide it, all you have to do is put it right back in this barrel here, and it will get automatically sorted back into the system and spit back out into that dropper. I don't know why. Don't know why it didn't work, but yeah, we're definitely lagging. Maybe that's why it just lagged a bit too much. But that is the most recent secret. And then over here we've got this little garden area, and if you're like, hey, isn't this area also useless? I thought you said nothing was purely cosmetic, and you're right. This is useful. This is where I come to meditate and relax and look at my base and look, you know what I mean? Look at this beautiful view. You know what I mean? Look at it. It's beautiful. I'm not kidding. That's literally what this whole little area right here is for. It's also in the shape of a spade. If you hadn't noticed, like, this is the tip, and then it comes around, comes in, and then that little garden out there is the base of the spade. So yeah, little area right there, and then we get a little outdoor patio area right here. That is, I mean, once again, just decorative. I'm eating those words of nothing purely decorative. Like the fountain here is also technically purely decorative, but I don't know. Eventually I will put secrets all over the place, and they'll be functional and all that type of stuff. Anyways, beyond that, you've got this there's another entrance right here to the staircase if you want to come to the main staircase, or you can go up to the back area right here, where my pool is. So this is my back patio, my back area back behind my base, and this is my pool, which is also a spade. And if you look closely, you'll notice that floor for my pool is completely made of deep slate diamond ore. This actually didn't take that long, believe it or not. Like, I already had enough diamonds to do this. It did use all the diamonds I had at the time, but I already had enough. It wasn't like I had to go out and get more deep slate diamond ore. The walls of this pool are made with gilded black stone, which is kind of like the Nether's version of deep slate diamond ore. And then I got a couple of frog lights in there as well. This pool is basically just a gigantic flex. And that's why the hot tub here is deep slate lapis ore. It's just another flex. And then we've got a cliffside here with a waterfall flowing into it. If you're wondering how I did this waterfall, that is buckets of powdered snow with dispensers. And this is inspired by Grian. So if you want to see how this waterfall was made, go watch, I think it was once again Hermitcraft Season 10, a Grian video. But I think it looks really, really good. I love the animation. But there's a pathway here, and this pathway will lead up and all the way to the left, where I'm going to build my quote-unquote vacation home, which is kind of silly because my house is literally right there. There's going to be like a little cabin up here that's kind of hidden and secluded by the redwood trees, and I'll build probably like a parkour rock wall here so that, it's some nice leisure stuff, some fun things like that. I'm working on building this entire mountain. This entire mountain is a work in progress, but there is another pathway up over here that leads up and over the little waterfall. This is going to lead all the way up and over, and now you have an option. You can take the lower path or you can take the upper path, and this water is going to lead all the way up to a big pond right here, and there's going to be another giant waterfall right here that pours down into this pond. And I think this is where I'm going to put my blue axolotls once I get them. I haven't gotten a blue axolotl yet, but this is, I think, where I'm going to put it. And then we've got another path up here, and I just recently put this cross in, and I'm so happy about it. It's actually probably my favorite thing in the world, even though it took like 2 seconds. It's really cool. And shout out to Jacob, because Jacob was 100,000% the inspiration behind this, and you'll see that later when we get to his area. But yeah, put a nice cross up here as a nice reminder to God and everything that he's done for me and everything he's done for all of you even. But yeah, this mountain is honestly a work in progress. The whole thing's going to get terraformed. I honestly can't wait. I just can't wait. I love how this area just overlooks, the whole area of the base. But if we come back down from the mountain, you can see I am actively still working on terraforming this part right here. And then inside the house right here, we've got a bit more. It's not super decorated, but this is meant to be like a kitchen area. Eventually this will get more decorated than it is. This is a dining room right there, obviously, as you can see. And then right here is another another bathroom area right here. And this one does not have a item dispensing system. It's not like the other bathrooms, but it does have a function. It does have a function, if you can find it, if you can find said function. And then over here, all the way over here, also this area hasn't been finished yet. Fire pit also has a function, if you can figure it out. But I haven't yet decorated anything, and that's pretty much everything for like the decorative parts of my base. I gotta go to the bathroom. I will be right back, and then we'll get to some of the more functional parts of the base. And I'm back. Yes, I see you trying. Literally jumped out. Oh man. So that's pretty much all the decorative parts of the base. My nether portal is here. That is a temporary solution. Eventually I'll build like a real nether portal area, but I just don't have that. I don't have that built right now. This is like a 3-way area. It's actually really cool how this all came together. So this tunnel leads out here to like the back door here on my side patio. And then this tunnel leads here to the garage. The garage actually is just, I happen to have a little bit of space between this floor of my base and what is directly under the garage, which is my storage room. So I decided I might as well make a little garage. I thought it would look cool. Each of these vehicles also have, no. The garage also has its own quote unquote functionality. Not just because of the furnaces. I've got a secret hidden down here somewhere. I don't want to spoil it. I am going to release a world download. So if people want to find it themselves, I'm not going to spoil it. But you can see right here, yeah, this is my next, this is my storage room. That's why the hole is there, so I can easily get in and out. And then that is a breeze charge launcher, so I can easily get out if I want without having to waste rockets. I think that's pretty much everything as far as the decorative stuff goes. So let's go to the spiral staircase and just start making our way down the spiral. You can see that they are all labeled. That is P for pool. Back area, that's the pool. That's D for deck, because that leads to the deck. That's also D for deck, because it also leads to the deck. That's B for bedroom. So this is my deck. I got this, I think, from Etho? Doc M, I think? Doc M said, no, I think it was Etho who did this kind of floor, stripped wood floor pattern. I really love it. And this is my deck area. You've probably seen just from the distance and whatnot. I got an inner chest right there, and then staircase right here. That's why this one's also labeled deck. This is the quote-unquote bedroom. I haven't really done anything with that. Eventually, this will be my bedroom right here. I don't sleep, right? So I don't see the point. I'll decorate it eventually. And then it also leads out and around to this area, which is meant to be just like kind of like a leisure pool and whatnot. If you want to like kind of swim around up here and get a nice view. And this right here in front of the front deck here, this is a lap pool. It's meant for swimming laps. Not that you ever really would, but if you've ever seen a lap pool, it's swimming laps. Blah, blah, blah. You get it. You get it. I know you do. Okay. Moving along, you also may notice that technically there is no roof on this, but this overhang overhangs this so that you don't get any rain in here. Like, it's technically roofed, even though it doesn't really matter. And then I guess we can go up the rest of the way to the top of the staircase and check out the roof, even though there really is nothing up here. Eventually, I'm gonna put gardens up here. So there's going to be like rows of like standing gardens and standing shrubbery and whatnot, other things like that, but I haven't done that yet, and we'll see when I get around to it. It's very low on my priorities list. Anyways, moving on from there, L is for living room, G is for ground level, which is right there, GG. And then this is the first floor. So this is the top of the first floor. You can see that these four are all labeled 1, because this is 1S, that is 1W, 1N, and 1E. That's 1 south, 1 west, 1 north, and 1 east. So 1 south is actually just another construction zone opening, a way for me to get out into the back end of my base and do all the stuff back here if I need to. Actually, I spend a lot of time back here just working on stuff. I see this all the time, but the idea is that other people wouldn't see this, hopefully. What that brings us down to 1 west, which is actually the first floor in my storage room. And my storage room is 3 floors. This storage room is capable of automatically storing and sorting every single item in the game. It's a beast. It's an absolute behemoth. Ignore these bars. They're still aging. I just place them in and let them age. I don't really see the point in aging them first and then putting them over here. Like, if I want them at maximum age, why not just place them down and let them age on their own? You know, seems like way less work on my end. So yeah, automatically sorted and whatnot. Right here is all my wood. I got 2 areas for all the stones in the game and stuff like that, and then grass. Over there I have food, I have wool. Each thing is not only labeled for broad categories, it also has shelving units to give you an idea of some of the items that are stored in them. So this is like, hey, this is food, but this chest area right here, this is all your bees. So all your bee stuff, all your honey stuff, that's all going to be right here. All of your docile drops are going to be right here. So anything that drops from a non-hostile mob, it's going to be in here. All of your crops, your farmable crops, are all going to be right here. All of your raw food is going to be right here. All of your cooked food is going to be right here. That's what all this stuff is for. This is your nether drops. This is your end drops, which is literally just... I mean, I guess I could put shulker shells in here, but I've got a whole other area dedicated solely to shulkers, so I don't really see the point. And then we've got wool. We've got... this says colors, but it's actually concrete, but concrete was too big, so I just changed it to colors because I've also got my dye right here. This is where I keep all of my dye that's not in the dye farm. All of my glass right here, and so on and so forth. I'm not going to bother showing off really the rest of the storage room because you guys get the idea. I will, however, go downstairs real quick and show off some of the more impressive areas, or I guess areas that people might be curious about, which are the ores. What does it look like to have over 10,000 days worth of ore? Well, this is all my coal ore. I've got this, yeah, every single one of these shulkers is filled with coal ore. So that's about 20 shulkers of coal ore, unmined, and then some more coal ore up here. And this is actually all the coal I have. I've got most of my coal is in ore form. I actually don't have nearly as much copper, which might surprise some of you, just because I don't really mine copper as much. I do have a lot of blocks of copper because I've tore out my fair share of trial chambers. I've also got a bunch of iron ore, about 11 shulkers worth of iron ore. So about half as much as I do coal, but still a bunch of raw iron, bunch of iron ore right there, and a decent amount of iron blocks. It's not a ton. I could get a bunch more, but the thing is, all of my iron here is I get it from farming it, like AFK farming it using iron farms. And by the way, a quad stacked iron farm in Bedrock Edition is less efficient than a single scare mechanic iron farm in Java Edition. So keep that in mind. Iron is really hard to get in Bedrock Edition. It's super annoying. But I get all my iron from my iron farm. I don't really smelt any of it down from ore. Here's all my gold ore. I mean, gold isn't really all that impressive. Here's all my lapis. It's not really all that impressive. And then here's all my emerald. It's actually not all my emerald ore. I've got like 7 more stacks of emerald ore. I don't have even a single piece of deep slate emerald ore though, but I've never actually tried to get deep slate emerald ore, which would probably account for why I don't have any. So yeah, you know, all those things, if you guys are curious, I feel like those are kind of like, I don't know, kind of interesting. I know I would be curious to see. I have a bunch of cobblestone. Yeah, almost a full double chest of shulkers of cobblestone, but that's not really all that impressive. It's, I mean, I feel like that's a no-brainer. Of course, you're going to end up with a ton of cobblestone. Got a ton of stone here, too. We'll put that there for now. I'll fix it later. I don't think there's anything else really that stands out. Let's go take a look at my shulkers, I guess, but that's not even a really impressive thing either, because, like, yeah, I've got like a ton of empty shulkers in here because right before I did this tour last night, I was running around clearing out all my shulker monsters, all that are all over the place, which is why I have so many shulkers in here. Every single, not this. There we go. All of these shulkers up here, these 5, are filled with shulker shells. So I've got an absolute butt ton of shulkers. Which that's not really that impressive though. I mean, you just make a shulker farm and you can have that many shulkers. I don't have any crying obsidian because I'm using all my crying obsidian actually right now for a for a build idea that I have. So don't really have any crying obsidian. I also don't really have any quartz right now because I just used up all my quartz for another build. I've got a bunch of soul sand, soul soil, soul sand. I don't know if people care about that. I've also got a bunch of blackstone. I don't know if people care about that. I only care about it because I literally tore down an entire bastion to get all this stuff. So I don't know. I've also got a decent amount of nether bricks because I tore down pretty much an entire nether fortress. And I've got a crap ton of netherrack as well. So that's all that stuff. I don't think any of that really really matters. But that is the storage room. Storage room right there. Moving on. This side is, I was actually gonna make like an armor stand glitched through a trapdoor to try and put like items like and create shelves, and then they just added shelves to the game. So I was like, oh,
did do that.
I did do that, yeah. I did. It didn't work the best. It was okay. It was kind of weird, and it didn't look great, yeah. But then they just added shelves, so I decided, yeah, we might as well just replace it with shelves, you know what I mean? That's pretty much what they were supposed to be anyways. So there's all my shelves. And then this is, I think, 2 south. Yeah, this is 2 south. And this is the first open floor for my villager trading hall. So this is so each side of the villager trading hall can store 18 villagers. So that's 18 librarians on the right. And I have the potential to store 18 more librarians on the left. That is 36 total librarians, and there are 36 total enchants in the game, or at least there were 36 total enchantments in the game when I made this, so that's why I chose 36. That watered down Dr. Pepper sounds so good. Nice. This is crazy? Yeah, a little bit, bro, a little bit. Dude, Mudkip with a gun? Dude, Bacus? Bacus tuning into the stream? What's up, dude? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for tuning in. That's awesome. So my upper area up here is all my like blacksmiths and toolsmiths. So the idea is this top layer is where I can get all my armor and all my tools, all of my bow and arrows, all of that stuff that I need. This whole top layer is for all that stuff. That's the idea. You best believe I'm building my new desk. Oh, nice. Nice. Hop on the world if you want, man. Hop on the world if you want. This right here is for all of my villagers, which I only have 18 at the moment. What is this shulker? Oh, this is a bunch of crap that I had placed in here. I'm gonna take these. Oh, crap.
Rookie mistake.
I didn't have my hotbar showing, so I was guessing. All right, this floor right here is for all of my wool. And dude, this was actually nuts. So this villager sells pink wool. This villager sells pink carpet. This villager sells magenta carpet. This villager sells magenta wool. This villager sells purple carpet. This villager sells purple wool. And they are all done that way. That's what all of the colors above them are about. So literally every single color of wool I can buy, and every single color of carpet I can buy from these villagers. You'll notice I have extra black and extra white down there. So I have, just because I figured those would be the two I'm using the most, so I have 2 black wool villagers and 2 black carpet villagers. So if I want to buy any of my carpet, my wool, and whatnot, all that type of jazz. So this is for all my wool needs. If we go down one more, this is all my stone masons. So on the left here, except for this one, because Xander killed this one. We hate Xander. I'm just kidding. We love Xander, but he did kill this one. This one sells you, if you scroll down, sells light gray terracotta. This one sells gray terracotta. These guys actually took forever because you had to upgrade them quite a bit before you could even unlock the expert trade. So it was really annoying. Really annoying to try and figure out all these. But yeah, so you can buy literally every color of terracotta from all of these various villagers, and these ones over there sell all of the glazed ones. And you actually, fun fact, because there are only 32 colors, I have 4 extra chambers, because like I said, 36 total storage, 4 extra chambers on the end for stone masons that I don't know what I'm gonna put there, you know. No plans. He said, you gonna hop on with the desk is set up? Okay. Directly below these stonemasons, I have all my clerics. Now, this was really easy to do because there's only one type of cleric. Every single cleric has the exact same trades. So all I had to do was get them in here and give them their workstation. But this is basically what I do with all my rotten flesh, is I bring it here and get rid of it. So I actually don't have that much rotten flesh because I turn it all into emeralds. And then I have shulkers up here so that if I want to put, like, I don't know, glowstone or bottle o enchanting or I don't know, anything like that up in these shulkers, I can store them up there. Plus, I just thought it looked nice. Below that, I have all of my farmers. So over here, all of these farmers that you see with the red, they sell beetroot. Or no, they buy beetroot. All of these farmers that you see here with the hay bale, they buy wheat. All the ones you see here with the copper, they buy carrots. And all the ones you see here with the iron, they buy potatoes. I thought that these just kind of looked right. That looks like potatoes. That looks like carrots. That's obviously wheat. And this kind of looks like beetroot. So I have all the farmer villagers that you could possibly want as well. And then if we continue to go down, we got our fisherman villagers, which are also all identical. So we've got pretty much all the fisherman villagers you could possibly ever need, all the fisherman villagers you possibly ever want. Some of them I accidentally have misplaced their workstations. So if the workstation is in the wrong location, they actually don't reset their trade. So that is why some of these trades are reset and some of them aren't. I accidentally have fudged up some of their workstation locations, and I need to go through here and change up all their workstations, or not all of them. I think once you get to the end here, yeah, the end here is all good, and this side over here is all good, but there's a few up and down this side that are a bit messed up. Then right here we have all of the cartographers you could ever need. That's 36 total cartographers, and then down here we will have all of our butchers and all of our there's two trades that I don't have any of yet. It's butcher and smoker, something like that. I can't remember. There's two trades that I have: leather worker, butcher, and leather worker. So one side is going to be my butcher trades, and one side is going to be my leather worker trades. And then and then probably right here in the center is going to be my enderstasis chamber for my my mob switch, because I've got over 300 villagers in this area. So yeah, they easily take up and fill the mob cap. So yeah, that's my villager trading hall. It is a full hall for every single villager of every single trade, every single profession, every single thing you could possibly need can fit right here in this villager trading hall. Need to go by? Hey, no worries, man. Thanks for stopping by, Dino. I appreciate it. And then number 2 west is just, floor 2 of my storage room. Ignore this. This is a rooted dirt farm that I'm going to move. I'm eventually going to make one of the floors, like one of these doorways is going to be explicitly for farms like this, just little farms that require manual interaction. And I'll just have pretty much all my manual tiny farms in that room. And then 2 north is going to be my wood farm. It doesn't quite work because it actually is too laggy. But this is meant to be a wood farm that runs on azalea bushes, so it just automatically produces wood completely AFK. It will fill this room. Once the room is full, it will then automatically shut the farm off. And then the idea is that when you walk by, you just see a big wall of wood. And you're like, wait, what the heck? But if you break the wall of wood, the farm starts going again, and it actually starts putting, you know what I mean? Like, it's literally just, whenever I need wood, I can come here for it. That's the idea. It's not finished yet. It is a work in progress, but that is the idea for what this area is going to be. And that brings me to one of my all-time favorite rooms, one of my coolest rooms, which is the armory. The armory here, as you can see, is where I'm going to keep all of my armor. I'm going to have a full set of every single color trim of every single armor type in this armory right here. The only one I have finished as of right now is the Dune armor trims. So I'm actually wearing one of the Dune sets myself. That is the gold one. But this is the only one I have finished, and these are armor stand cyclers that I wouldn't say invented, but designed on my own. So whenever you press this button, that light turns off, and they cycle around, and the light basically tells you when you can press the button again. And all of the armor stands cycle, and they are done in color coordinated order. So if I press the button again, and that empty armor stand is gold. That's the one I'm wearing right now. That's why it's empty. If I press it again. Oh, sometimes they get messed up. Looks like I have some issues. There we go. That is the orange one coming around. So what is... Okay, copper. It looks like copper is missing. No, copper is right here. Huh. Okay. No, that's not... Some of them... Sometimes they get, like, pushed into each other. And you can tell when they're pushed into each other by hitting them. This one I can't tell. Oh, it seems like diamond has, there it is. Yeah. Yeah. So, it looks like diamond... Emerald actually got pushed back into diamond, and now they are clipping with each other. So I gotta break out the emerald one. Not the diamond one. I gotta break out the emerald one. There we go. Because, yeah, that's going into blue. So this should be diamond. There we go. And that's lapis. We got to cycle all the way through yet again. And if you can't tell, each of these little segment areas is custom designed to look like the area you get them from. So this is designed to look like a desert temple. This is designed to look like an ocean monument. And they all have their redstone in place. They all have their trap or their armor stands in place. It's just that the dune one here is the only one that actually has any armor on the armor stands. And actually, while I'm at it, I'm not even using the dune chest piece, and I already have my own chest piece right there. I died and lost my armor. I didn't feel like going and getting more, which is why this why I stole one from here. So let's put that chest piece back on. Then we can put this on, and then we can put all of this stuff right there. There we go. Perfect. So that is the this is the armory, and hopefully one day I'll have it absolutely filled with armor. That'll be really cool, man. But for now we wait. I will say I might as well show off my templates, all the templates I have. So keep in mind that dune, I think in order to make a full set of all of these armors, there's 11 different types of trims, and to make a full set you need 4. So that's 44 of each type of trim in order to be able to make a full set. So coast, I know I've got coast. Are they up here? Yeah, so coast is the only other one that I have enough of to be able to do this with. I just don't have nearly enough netherite. So this is all of the material I'll need for trim alone, not for the actual armor itself. But and I'll need about 46 more netherite ingots for trim alone. But yeah, coast is the only one that I've gotten on top of dune, and all the rest of them we are actively working on getting more and 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 whatnot. So we'll see one of these days. Didn't we work our asses off for the ward trims? I think so. It was either ward or silence. I know silence is supposed to be the rarest, but it might have been Ward. I know we did, yeah, because when the trims first came out, it was actually Bakis and I that went out and got them all on this world. I can't remember. That's my iron farm that I showed off earlier, by the way. If y'all are like, what the heck is that? That's the iron farm. And this, all that redstone right there, that is the storage system. I can show that off real quick. This is my storage room. This is the redstone for my storage room. This is my dye farm that I showed off earlier. So you can see the dye farm is connected to the storage room here. And then the iron farm is right there. My main pillar is right there. This building, or this little room, is where my trapdoors, not my trapdoors, my trees, my tree farm. This is the tree farm itself. This is the back end of the armory. So you can see I've got basically how this works is whenever you let the next the next armor stand through, then then it basically falls onto this water source. Hang on, let me jump up here. Whenever you push one of the I forgot that it would do that. Whenever you push one of the armor stands through the water here, it will fall down into this water stream and get pushed back onto this slime block here. When this slime block but before that happens, actually the first thing that happens is all of the pistons up top get pushed. You've seen that when I from the front, but basically that slime block right there, that piston will push this armor stand up. It will hit a trap door, activating that slime block, which pushes it forward and into the chute that you can see. Then this then this piston gets activated, pushing it up, hitting a tripwire, and then where it then gets pushed over into the slime. Which actually, Jacob, can you go to the armory and just press the button on the first one there?
Hold on.
When you walk in and look to the left, just press that first button. I feel like watching the back end in action is the easiest way to explain how it all works.
Yep. Let me just climb the stairs. Can you hear the pitter patter of my little feet on the copper?
Not yet.
You probably weren't gonna hear it then.
Oh,
here we go.
Just like that. One more time. So you notice the one at the very top, it gets pushed first. And all the ones after that catch up. This is actually perfectly synchronized, perfectly timed, which is why when we get little lag hiccups, sometimes it messes itself up. But there we go. That's how it works. This actually took me a little bit to design in creative. I try not to build or do anything in creative, just strictly survival mode. But this is one of those things that I kind of just had to, so it took me a little bit. Anywho, then I got amethyst right there. This is the outside of the villager area. Really, I think that's pretty much it as far as like rooms go. I think the armory is like the last room pretty much. Because after the armory is just another floor for the villagers, another floor for the storage room. I don't have, so this is where I'm planning on putting that farm room I was talking about earlier. That's just going to be all of the farms that are manual and small. I think I'm going to put those right here. And then I don't really have any plans for underneath the armory here because there's not really much room above as well. This is another floor for the library, or for the villagers, and then pretty much after that, I really don't have any plans. Pretty much the armory is the last one. But the spiral staircase is still built out. You can see the quartz in the walls kind of starts to drain, go away. I don't have as much until you get to the end here. And eventually I want to take this all the way down to bedrock layer so that it goes down to my mine shaft area. But for now, it pretty much just comes down to the deep slate layer and stops there. I used to have giant farms right here, but I tore them out just because this area was getting laggy as it was, having manual farms and no AFK farms. So I tore out, like, I think this was a sugarcane farm. I tore it out just because it produced like way too much sugarcane. I didn't need it, and I was like, I'll make a dedicated area for it. The thing is, it wasn't that good. It wasn't a good sugarcane farm. I was just in the area 24/7. This is my output for my storage room. Oh, I guess I forgot to tell you. My storage room is designed, you probably noticed the big water pond or like puddle in the center of the storage room. It's designed so that you can just throw items into it and they'll get filtered into here and then spit out onto these water streams where they get sent all the way around and then up and into the system. So this is the first chest up here, and then they go from there. You can see here, this is my sorting chest, which my original plan was to put spoons in there as filler items, which I say spoons, they're shovels. I call wooden shovels spoons. And then I figured out that that actually doesn't work because the spoons end up being like some of the first items to get dropped down through the system instead of the other items. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's kind of weird. So yeah, I'm just gonna spit out all these spoons. Anywho, that is the story. And this right here, basically, once they will go all the way across, drop down, go across again, drop down, go across again, get sent to the other side, and then go up. And if they haven't been sorted, they literally come all the way back around and make their way back into the system, and they get sorted again. You know, and so if I don't have storage for any item, instead of sorting that item, I actually just send it around in an infinite loop, which is not great, but it is what it is. And you can see over here is where these areas connect. So these 3 dump chests that I have over here, here, and here, they all connect and then go and get added in right here. So they skip the first 3 and just go to the next ones. But it's not really that big of a deal. And I think, if I am not mistaken, I think that's pretty much everything in this immediate area. This is the pipe tunnel that leads underneath. I guess I could show you my mine shaft, but there's really not much down there. There's a little bit down there. We'll show it off real quick. This is one of the oldest areas in the game, in the world. This is my original mine shaft still. I've got the immediate area cleared out. And then I've got a bunch of tunnels. You can see not only pokey hole tunnels that I've done through manual mining, but if you come over here, you can see recently I have 2 bore tunnels where I have diamond bores that use TNT to pretty much just explode out all of these tunnels. And this one is pretty close because I just recently made this second one. Because this first one is over 1,000 blocks out. Like, you got to go to all the way to negative 1,000 to find it. And I was like, I'm tired of flying that far. I made another one. Oh, that was dumb of me. That was really dumb of me. I forgot that when you open the chest, that's how you activate it. I thought that the chest was the TNT. Now you put the TNT in here, and you open the chest to move it forward. So oopsie daisies. I'm gonna tear out this so that I don't break it next time I come down here. And in fact, this actually needs to be torn out too. But there we go. This is how I get all my diamonds and whatnot. It just tears its way along. I open that chest and it moves itself forward. That's pretty much it in terms of my mine shaft. I do also farm my withers down here whenever I need more wither skeleton skulls, or not skulls. Whenever I need more nether stars, I come over here. So I've got a little tunnel right here. And it's all the way over here. Don't ask why. It's actually, I could tell you why. Something about the way the bedrock generates. Not the way that bedrock addition generates. The way the bedrock generates at the bottom of the world. It's actually a pattern. It's guaranteed every time. So there is a pattern specifically at this location, -21 that if you put soul sand in a pattern like this and then place 3 wither skeleton skulls on it like this, that wither will form and get sucked into this little bedrock structure right here and get trapped and basically kill itself, and then the nether star will pop out on top of it. So you can literally sit right here with stacks of soul sand and stacks of nether stars in your inventory and just place wither after 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 wither, and they'll kill themselves on their own. And you can just grab the nether stars when you're done. So that's my wither farm. That's how I get my wither, my nether stars. Oh, and if you are if you're like, how do I turn this into a, like, how do you farm wither roses with that? All you have to do is put your chickens right there, and like put a piece of obsidian right here, spam your chickens into here, and that's literally it, and they'll all die and get sucked up. So that's pretty much it. That's everything down here and everything in my immediate base. Only took 2.5 hours to show off everything. So
about a quarter of the world.
It's maybe a third. I think a third is fair.
Well, yeah, but you're gonna be doing so much traveling just to get to like the big dig.
What do you mean chickens? I mean, if you want to farm wither roses, you usually use chickens to farm them, right? Like when a wither kills any entity, it drops a wither rose. The easiest thing to kill is chickens. So and the easiest thing to get a bunch of is chickens. So you just take a bunch of eggs.
Easiest thing to transport.
Yeah, you spam your chickens down there. You spawn in your wither. It will kill all the chickens for you, dropping a crap ton of wither roses, and you pick them up and you're on your way. So that's how I farm my wither roses. That's how I farm my black dye. I used to have an official wither rose farm, and then it got updated without me knowing, and it broke, and that was a whole mess. Oh, one last thing before we take the wind charge out of the storage room. This is the little drop area.
The area that I cleared out for Ace.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. This right here, these shulker boxes, you might be like, what's up with these shulker boxes? These are the original 9 shulker boxes in my world. I dyed them white and I named them Project Box. The original 9. I have since lost 4 of those. There was a time when I thought every single one had been lost and I was never going to find them again. And I have slowly reacquired 5 of them. At this point, actually, the funny thing is, last time I said this, I found one that day. But I am pretty sure we have found all of them and all the rest are lost to time. I think these final 4 have been like destroyed in lava and simply just don't exist anymore, or have despawned or something like that. I think that these are the only 5 of the original 9. But like I said, last time I said that out loud, I literally found another one that day. So we'll see. You know where one is? Dude. Becky says he knows where one is. Maybe that's the one I found, though. Maybe that's the one I found. So maybe you don't actually know where it is. Maybe that was a while ago. But I don't know. Dude, that'd be dope. I dream of one day having all 9 shulkers return. But I'm actually I not vividly remember, but pretty sure I remember dying with one in my inventory, like in lava, and it just being gone. So, anywho, yeah, one last final thing, because Jacob wants credit, is all of the area, pretty much all of it, I'd say like 90, maybe 80% of it, the area you see back here that's been torn out is all torn out by Jacob. The reason that this whole area is clear is because Jacob, the mad lad, was like, hey, I got nothing to do. You got any plans for me? I'm like, yeah, you can tear out this area so I can navigate my base easier. And dude, he did it. He did it. It's all torn out. Wish he went a little deeper. But you know, it's got to leave me wanting more. So final thing of this area, technically outside of my base, is the Visitors Center. So like I said, this is a world, and I keep this world open to all of my friends and my family whenever if they want to play, they want to join, they're absolutely free. So I have a Visitor Center set up for them with a little notebook here. With the Visitor Village over here, Visitor Village, Visitor Center. It's basically just greetings, welcome to the Visitor Center. It gives you some descriptions of all the stuff in the world. The XP grinder that's right outside, that's my skeleton grinder. The drip spleef pit, the dye house, the Visitor Village itself. The Visitor Village continue. And the Visitor Village itself has some different things. So basically the idea with this book is that it introduces people to the idea of the world and the idea of the Visitor Village. So the Visitor Village itself is a place for anyone on the world to come and set up a place of residence near spawn and near my base, so that we can really feel like we have a community and that we have people here together, but they can still go out and create their own, base area if they so desire. So this back here so where we are right now is kind of like the recreational area of the village. All of the blue wool that you see is set aside for commercial zoning, commercial districts, and up on top of the cliff there is also going to be commercial zoning. This is what I call the quote-unquote fun pier, where I'm going to build like a big pier, hopefully put some mini games on it, and then have a Ferris wheel that you can parkour your way up. So the idea here is basically that this is just this pier here is mini games, right? So you have mini games here, commercial up here on top, recreation down here in this area here. So this area will be like a big restaurant. And this over here will be a small park with a little pond for fishing. And then back here is a private village. I'm going to have probably some sort of pass key system or something like that so you can get back here into the village, where anyone who is a member of the village can come back here and build their own little house, own little residential area. I think I'm going to build a fountain here and put a few roads in just to kind of get an idea, give people some recommendation on, where they should be building, where they shouldn't be building, etc. And then down here is another just recreational area for people to come. And this is, once again, open to the public down here, but that's private over here.
You're playing City Skylines.
Yeah, kind of. So connected, there's going to be an entrance over there as well, but Jacob has yet to build it. Let me just fly up real quick, because you guys should know already that this area is dedicated to the golf course. This area is dedicated to the visitor village and all that. So what is this forest right here dedicated to? Why is this forest still here? What am I going to do here? What am I going to have? What are the plans? Jacob actually came over here to this little peninsula and set up here. I think, that's the first thing you did, right? When you first joined the world?
Oh, yeah, I think so.
So this is his area.
I got lost inside your basement. And then I escaped. I came over here.
Gotcha. So he has actually claimed this forest area, and I'll let him take it away from there.
All right, well, first things first. There's this very natural here. It's a park, so Ace, use the bathroom. Use the outhouse before you...
Dude!
Oh, dude, I thought it was all gonna go off at once.
Yeah, you gotta use if you had to use what, minecart TNT minecart, you would have got me for sure, without a doubt.
I played around with it. Oh dang, I didn't know it'd blow up that much.
Thing is, it actually didn't. I feel like it didn't blow up anything I built.
I wasn't expecting it to kill you.
The thing is, I opened that porta potty.
Yeah, I've waited
been in there before. Yeah.
To install the TNT.
You got me. You totally got me, and you only got me because I had seen it before and opened that chest before, and somehow didn't realize it was a trap chest when I opened it. I don't know how.
Open it, if you don't look at it, if you don't have another chest next to it, it's really hard to tell.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was like, he's gonna see this and trust it because
I totally did. Yeah.
He'd probably already looked at it once.
Yeah. I mean, that is absolutely what happened, dude. You got me. You got me.
I made minecart TNT minecarts, but I found out in Bedrock they don't instantly explode.
What?
No, I
Isn't that
tested
like the
that.
point of them?
Yeah, they still have like they still tick down.
Huh.
So
I did not know that.
did you like the piston that pushed up dirt so you'd be stuck?
Oh, I didn't even realize that was. I thought you had placed that in when I entered. That was clever.
No, I thought. Yeah, yeah. I wanted to put like change the block out and like put one more block of warped fungus.
So it was a bit hard. It's
So,
a bit harder.
yeah. But I also noticed you didn't have a shovel in your hotbar, so I was like, he can probably get through it pretty quick with the pick, but he won't be prepared for it.
I was not. I still survived. I didn't take a single heart. Like I just barely missed the explosion.
I mean, I had to bury all of it, so I really didn't think it would kill you. I thought it would just be funny. This might get spawn proof later.
It's probably gonna change. I really don't care about all this.
Well, yeah, but I'm just covering up. I'm not filling it in.
I will say though, I kind of like the idea of porta potty, and I would like. I don't know. I think the idea of having porta potties around here would be kind of cool. But
Yeah, I'll make it smaller now that I don't need to hide redstone.
yeah.
Added signs because it's still unfinished. There's not really much for me to explain here, except for Ace will not leave any bit of the world as the way it was generated on it unless he's forced to.
Yeah.
And that when I play Minecraft, I try so hard to not change anything about the way the surface of the world looks. I will
That's
like not
so
mine
weird.
ore on the surface. I will replant every tree I cut down, or only cut down certain trees and replant them so like the natural world generation stays there. And Ace cares about none of that. He's just a
don't care about. I don't even care about what I build. If I build something and decide I don't like it or I could do better, I tear the thing down and do it again.
Yeah, I mean, I'll probably tear this bridge down. I don't like how it looks, but I also didn't want to run down the timer.
No, totally fair.
Days.
I appreciate that.
So Ace was really upset that I never actually built a base. I just made a house out of chest.
I wouldn't say really upset, but I did like to see. I was mostly upset because this area specifically, I really liked the area. I thought it looked good, and I thought it had really good potential for a build, and potential to have stuff here. So, but you had already claimed it. So when you had told me that you didn't have any plans to do anything with it, I was a little upset about it because it just felt like it was a great area and had some great potential.
Yeah, that's true. I just like to find a scenic place in Minecraft and live there without really changing it or making my build fit the environment rather than my environment fit the build. I've even restored the environment slightly by adding sand back to the beaches because Ace went around. You can actually.
This was years ago, dude. This was like 2021.
Ace just mined all of the sand out on the beaches except for the ones that held back the water, and left the holes in the ground.
Yeah,
and
I
it was
think
like
you can
for just hundreds of blocks outside of spawn.
If you look, over here by the pier is the easiest place to see it because it's one of the only places that's untouched. Yeah, so all the beaches looked like this, just completely tore out except for the walls of sand that held the water back.
Yeah, so I went around and I filled in some of them, like the ones in this park. I'm really reclaiming some of the land he's just destroyed. His industry has ruined. Not much in terms of what I've just put stuff in here. I don't feel that anybody wants any of the stuff I have, so I don't bother protecting it at all.
I mean, why would they come over here when they can just go to my storage room, right?
Yeah, that is true. But I also try and keep everything. I generally don't take from Ace except for reproducible stuff, like farmable stuff, and gunpowder, because Ace keeps the world on peaceful, so I have no way of getting rockets without asking Ace in some way.
It's true. I will every now and then. I'll come over here and I'll just snoop through your stuff to see what you have. I
Oh,
don't
I
take
believe it.
anything because I don't need it, but I do snoop.
Oh, yeah. While I'm here, I might want to. I think I stole a golden.
Ah, look at
What?
this.
Oh, yes.
I knew you had a chest like this somewhere. I thought it might be underground.
No, no, I didn't hide anything.
Dude, oh
Don't
my
really keep
gosh.
much.
You didn't even fill the sand in. You just like put it back on the surface.
Well, because you took all the sand.
What do you mean? There's plenty of sand. Plenty of sand in there. Go back to my base and
I
take
had,
some. This, by the
anyway,
way,
there's.
when I say that Jacob had inspired me to put the cross up on the mountain over there, this is what I meant. I saw this at his base, was like, wow, this is so great. What a great way to just pay tribute, you know, to the glory of the God, right, and God above. So, wanted to make sure I included that.
Yeah, and I'll get back to that banner in a little bit.
Oh,
But
okay.
some notable features of the park: we have native dog species in the park. We've kept them here. We've domesticated them. We've raised them here. And one thing I really like about this park that you just don't see anywhere else in any of Ace's HQ area is there's uneven ground. You have to jump to traverse.
Yeah, well, especially
Yeah.
like you don't see anything like this. Like this little top, I'd take that right off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ace would have just strip mined that
Yeah.
in the traditional sense, not the
Yeah.
Minecraft sense. You see there's holes in the ground, which Ace is pretty used to holes in the ground, but there's water here
Yeah, I would have patched that up.
and naturally generated trees, untouched by man. I had to basically trick Ace into leaving this by saying that my build would be a park so that he wouldn't touch it. And he has left me I think he's left me a fair amount. Over here you can see we've got a nice beach.
I do
There's
love this
lifeguard
beach
stands.
area. I think like
It is a nice
it's very minimal what you've done.
Yeah.
You
There's
must have
geode
added
here.
this. What is this?
Oh, this is just driftwood. That's been there.
Really?
Yeah, you just missed it.
What the? Did you add this?
I did, yeah, it's just driftwood, but it's been there.
That's clever though.
Yeah.
Dude, I can't believe I've literally never seen this geode.
Yeah, well, you can't touch it because it's a nature preserve.
You should totally see if you could like somehow find like a way to add like a way down here. You know what I mean? For people to like not get into the geode, but like get like a view of it. You know what I mean? A nice view. I feel
Yeah,
like that's
I thought
total.
about opening it up so you could see it from the surface.
You've got such like it's like very nature reserve vibes where it's like, you know, we want people to be able to see the nature, navigate the nature, appreciate the nature in a safe way, but we want to do like number one priority is minimal damage to the existing environment, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to change much. And sawing off the top of that geode would do that. I don't know who put this tiger trap here. The lifeguard stands. I thought about putting snow golems up there, but that was like something I thought of yesterday. So I could have like a lifeguard on duty.
That'd be pretty cool.
But
They couldn't do much.
No.
They
No, they
step
can't
out
swim,
and they
they'd
die.
melt.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think they would die on this little beach here, but I didn't test it. These first aid signs are like their lifeguard, whatever that flotation device sign. Whatever this is supposed to be, that's where the cross came from when I was making it. I was
Yeah.
like, oh, I bet I could make a cross. So then I made one and left it in my little area. But you can see there's some buoys out there, and there's a line of smaller buoys to distinguish where the swimming area is in the park. And that's about. Oh wait, have you shown them the sign in the water?
The one I made?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, that was a change that I had a hand in at first.
Yeah, there's a bit of a story here. So my only map art I've made thus far, I've got plans to do more. I'm going to try not to go too far here, because if I go too far, I'm going to start rendering in other stuff. It's going to kind of spoil it. But the only map art I've made thus far is right here. It says A.C.E.'s Forever World. And this used to have my girlfriend's name, or a shorthand for it. It also started with an A and was only like a few letters long, so it actually fit really well. And it said her name. I don't want to say anything because you know what I mean. had her name, a shorthand for it, and then it said First World, because she had never played Minecraft before. She joined this with me and whatnot.
No, she never made her own world, right? Because we played together back in the day.
Yeah, no, but she had never never played in survival, like never just made a world and played through it, right? So
Yeah. She played
we made
online
this
when we
world
played
together, and we were gonna play through it together. Yeah.
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 And
yeah.
And so after the two of them broke up, I came out here and I just erased her name and put Ace's name there.
Yeah.
And left it be.
It took me a while to notice, and when I noticed it, it said Ace's First World, and I was like, "Yeah, that's just not right." I five it thousands.
It was one of our other friends who noticed and pointed it out to Ace, thinking Ace did it.
Yeah. And then after I noticed, I came back and changed it all again to make it say Ace's Forever World.
Yeah, he completely changed it.
Yeah, it used to just be like cobblestone, and it used to be all the same font. It was just this like cursive curly font, but I came back and I changed it. And it also...
he wasn't happy with it because I didn't do the font right.
It also used to be the size of this big sea lantern ring. That's what this ring is here for. I tore it. I need to tear the sea lantern ring out, because it's way smaller than it used to be. But
yeah, he ran out of blocks.
Dude, I think that's everything in the immediate area.
Yeah, I think so. And that's all my creative contributions. The rest of mine has just been manual labor.
Manual labor, yeah.
Yeah, you'll see me again you can see my handiwork at the Big Dig.
Yes. Yeah, that you can. That'll probably be one of the last things we see. All right. Moving on to the nether.
I think I'm going to hop off.
I don't blame you.
Yeah. There's been so much I have learned from this. From things that like you just have never talked about because it's like old.
Yeah. Like what? Give me just like one example.
Well, that's not an old one, but that room with the pistons in your base.
Room with the yeah, okay, the tree room. Yeah.
Yeah, the tree room.
That was new. I actually made that in the last like 100 days, I think.
Yeah, that's why I was like, that one's not old. The horse thing, I didn't know. You'd mentioned the horses once, didn't know the detail in all of those. When I was reading the names of the horses, I thought they were Eric's, and I was confused by how well spoken he was.
With the names?
Yeah, you know why.
Yeah, Eric is dyslexic. So
yeah, so I was like, man, he spelled Ezekiel.
Yeah,
correctly.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. I did not know that the clubhouse was like a country club. I thought your base was like your factory, and that was gonna be your house.
Really? Interesting. Yeah. No, that's just meant to be like a country club for the golf course.
Yeah, well, you have all like the recreational stuff there, so I was like, that's where he probably want to live.
Well, it's funny because when you load into the world, that area looks like your pretty classic modern Minecraft build for like a Minecraft base, right? But that's not my base, that's my country club. Right? Everyone has a base and a country club, right? Like
yeah.
Obviously. And a visitor center for the visitors, right? Obviously. Yeah. Anyways, thank you for joining. That's pretty cool. Vegas, I think you're still watching. So whenever you're done putting that desk together, hop on and we'll go to your new area and you can share people what ideas you have. And we might go to your old area too. Eric's done some work out there, so it's not going to look the way you think. Yeah, the old area he gave up, that's Eric's now.
The one with the squid?
Yeah. Yeah, squid is probably going to go away. Eric wants to turn it... You ever played, like, Black Flag, Assassin's Creed Black Flag?
No.
All right,
well then... my cousins play it once.
So never mind. But there are... For people that do know what I'm talking about, there are, like, big bastions that you can attack in Black Flag. They're, like, bastiles and whatnot. You know what I mean? You attack them with your ship, and then you get in, you kill it. Like, they're pretty cool. Anyways, I sent him a picture of one of those and was like, hey, you should make it look like this, because he wants it's a mushroom island and he wants to turn it into a military base. He really liked that idea, so it's gonna look kind of like a cross between colonial era and like pirate style military vibes, like out there. It's gonna be kind of interesting, like a Caribbean military base. Anywho, on to the Nether. This is my Nether hub, which I stayed in there just because I didn't want to spoil anything. This is my Nether hub, and I'm looking up just because that is like my all-time favorite part of this Nether hub. That is purple glass and black glass kind of spiraled together, and I am like countering the spirals. So the spirals don't actually even match on every layer. Every layer, the spirals are in different locations. And there's obviously the fog effect. There's several layers of that glass with end rods mixed in between to give it this kind of spacey feel, right? I still got to add more gradients and lights on the walls. My Nether hub on the whole is a pretty old build, but the top part is definitely the newest part. Everything else is really ancient. So you can see I've got north, south, east, and west all labeled, and I've also got another area down here below this like kind of crystal area. So each of these areas has a tunnel, and I just happened to choose the only one that actually doesn't really have a tunnel, which is east. But all of the rest of them have a tunnel that just kind of goes out with an ice boat track. And they've also got these little things that they're not quite updated, because it leads to the witch farm, the wither skeleton farm. I think that's it. Oh, and the froglight farm. So these haven't been updated in a while. But yeah. They go outwards like that. Same dealio here. This one hasn't been updated in a while either. But that is pretty much my Nether hub. I also have these little tunnels right here. These are fairly new additions, so they're not finished, as you can see. But they kind of lead down and around the outside here. And what they're going to do when they lead here is they're going to lead out and down to like a freight elevator, which I'm planning on putting right here. And this drops down into my netherite farming. This is where I farm ancient debris. So I'm going to have a freight elevator that goes down and connects to a bunch of ancient debris areas. This is a tunnel bore that has been chained together, and I'm going to fly out there just because it's worth taking a look at. It's gone thousands upon thousands upon thousands of blocks, which I'm sure you guys aren't surprised by, because after all, I did show you that I have a ton of netherite sets of armor from for my armory. But once you get to the end, it's not even thousands, it's literally just hundreds of blocks. That's not even that bad. Not even that bad, like negative 500. But once you get to the end, these are the tunnel bores. I have not stopped using them, but I have been hesitant to use them, because with the latest Bedrock update, they really destroyed Bedrock and how like its performance. So it just runs horribly nowadays. So I have been very hesitant to run this because it creates a pretty big lag spike. Nothing unbearable, nothing insane. But a pretty big lag spike every time you activate it. So I try not to activate it, or I've been trying not to use it until they get Bedrock Edition fixed up. But one of these days, once maybe next week or so, we'll do a stream, a netherite stream, and we'll just stream like stacks upon stacks of netherite. Hopefully, we'll see. But that's what this is. That's what this area is. And that is, I think, 7. I think that's 7 bores chained together. And I'm also going to create... So my plan for it is... Why does it feel like I'm not going that fast? Probably because my field of view is zoomed in, and I'm used to having my field of view zoomed out. If this is where the freight elevator comes down, my plan is to have 7 nether bores on the left and 7 nether bores on the right, and do that in all 4 cardinal directions. so that I can just get an absolute crap ton of ancient debris. Hang on. Let me... There we go. I'm in Zan's Discord server general chat. There you go, you're already here. I was gonna let you know, but here you are. Okay. Real quick, let me show off my gold farm, and then I will, or my piglin bartering hall, and then I'll head out that way and let you talk about your new area. And your old area, actually, if you want to meet me at your old area. Let's do that one first.
Eric fucking burned everything down.
He did that like just the other night. Anyways, real quick. This is my piglin bartering farm. If you look really closely, you'll notice one of these piglins, I think it's this one right here, is wearing a pair of elytra because I died like right next to him, and he picked it up and put it on, and I just was like, whatever, who cares? And I didn't want to kill the guy to get it back, so I'm pretty sure one of these, yeah, they're wearing a pair of elytra. You can barely see it like up in the corners of their shoulders there. It's kind of funny. But fun fact, whenever piglins are aggro, I don't think this is the case on Java Edition, but on Bedrock Edition, whenever piglins are aggravated, they will still trade, but they will trade immediately instead of waiting that bartering seconds. So that's what that gold block is up there. If I flip this lever, that gold block is going to start moving back and forth. And basically what that does is that aggroes the piglins so that they trade like that. So I can just get trades. I actually have 8 piglins in here, 8 piglins trapped in here. And if I run all 8 of them at the same time, it actually produces way too much loot that I can't keep up with and can't sort and can't store. So I end up with a lot of trash, which is why you can only see 2 sets of chests up here. And I only trade with 4 of them at a time instead of all 8. If you hear those pistons and you're like, hey, what's up with those pistons? If we go down into the bowels of the machine, here's how I keep up with all the items. All the items get dropped down into the system here, and then using sticky pistons with slime blocks, like you can see right there, they get pushed along these various ice tracks and get pushed into the center. So this is the redstone clock right here, which runs the system, and that's what all of these things run on. So you can see this piston right here gets pushed in and out on a cycle. So when I turn the machine on, all of the items get pushed down, over, and they just get pushed right over and over and over again. They'll eventually get pushed down to this system where they get yeeted up. They'll hit this tripwire where they get pushed over and then yeeted up again, pushed over again. And here's how the sorting system works. It's actually pretty intuitive. So they'll get pushed over, but because they collide with a chest, they actually overhang ever so slightly, so that when this slime block pushes them across, they actually overhang these hoppers. So they're still on the blue ice, so they still slide, but they're also on the hoppers, so they get picked up by these item filters. And then get pushed along. The items that don't make it then get pushed along here, over here, and then down. Remember, they overhang a little bit, so that actually matters. So that then they get pushed over here and then over to here, and then this goes down and then up so that they can get pushed up and over again, and then across again across the back side. This final set of hoppers here is unfiltered, so that basically anything left over and all of the non-stackable items end up getting picked up by that. And then eventually I really should have a piece of lava here so that anything more than that just gets burnt or sent to like deep storage somewhere or something so that it doesn't overflow and overstack the system. But that's my piglin bartering hall. Also super proud of this because it took me just forever to design that and get all of this working. Really, it was just a problem of it produced too many items and I couldn't handle them all. So handling the items without water streams was just really fun and a really cool project. I'm really happy about it. But moving along from there, we're going to head south along our tracks. So we break our way back into our nether hub here and head south. Our first stop is right here. This is a guardian farm, which has a both overworld output and a nether output. But people, I actually never used the nether output. It's I've literally never used it ever, so it doesn't have a storage system. But it does have it. It is here in case I wanted to, and this does lead to a guardian farm that I call the grid, because it has much more than just a guardian farm. But if we go here, there's nothing to the right. There is a project down there. That's where the big dig is. If you guys are familiar with the big dig, I have streamed that before. And over here on the left, this soul sand path, this leads to a area that was designed by Bakis, but is currently controlled and owned by my buddy Eric, because Bakis actually just, felt himself uninspired and wanted to go to a different area, have different projects in mind. So
Yeah, story of my life.
yeah, this is a mushroom island that he has converted and that Eric has burnt down. He used to have buildings here.
Fucker.
But yeah, Eric burned those to the ground. Are these Eric's, these brown shulkers?
Those are mine.
I don't like, that's so weird.
Those are all mine. He sorted everything nicely, but this is all going away once I'm out of here.
Yeah, right. Gosh, all this terracotta is mine. Like literally all of this terracotta is mine.
Yep. So the idea started off with this build over here, this house looking thing. I started off small, and this island, as you know, was
This is a really cool build too.
This island itself was maybe, I don't know, like half of what it is right now. Like we brought it out to just about the boundaries of where the water had it. And I kind of just built this first and then extended it out after. So I wasn't really planning to do too much, but then we got it out and I was like, you know what? I've got some pretty good room. And then Eric had some ideas, as you see the airship up there in the sky and all that. And
I totally forgot to even show them the airship. I've been looking at other stuff.
Finished it to this day.
We're working on it. Dude, it looks great. It's really coming along. It looks good.
Let's see if any of this stuff's mine.
Yeah. So originally this was going to be like a pirate outlaw town. And we had a couple of different builds that Eric just decided to burn to the ground. This was Eric's original home right here, is this mushroom hut.
Yeah, little cute mushroom.
I'm actually afraid to look around here because I feel like he's gonna have signs and other stuff that I shouldn't have.
Yeah, no. Be afraid. Be afraid.
Yeah. Oh, funny thing, these shulkers of iron and coal, I gave those to him. I came over here and was like, hey buddy, here's a gift.
My suggestions: don't go into that second chest.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
That's kind of a catastrophe.
Do you have any torch flower seeds? Because you need the torch flower seeds to breed the sniffers, and I need to breed the ones back at my base. There's like plenty of pitcher pods, like an absolute ton of them.
I had a bunch, and I don't know what happened to them because I stopped breeding them because they had sat there and they were just getting too. They were just becoming too much.
You got shulkers of red stained glass and netherwort. Bro, I'm taking this. You know how much I use glass? You got a whole shulker of glass. Dude, I'm taking this. This is probably mine anyways. I think this is mine anyways.
You know what I was going to do with my nether hub, and then I was like, nah.
Yeah.
Nah.
I do. Know exactly what. I've still got it like vividly in my mind. Dude, there's pitcher pods in literally every single chest.
Yes. That would be Eric. Because while this is my area, I let Eric move in, and then he just completely demolished any form of organization.
He took the Ender Dragon egg too.
No shot.
He
Where's
did.
That?
He did. No, I think it's in his ender chest. I think he claimed it, dude. It's like, it's mine now. Dude, what's with the armor trims and elytra? Just like willy-nilly, casually all over the place.
Oh yeah, no, this was actually in my. That was in my shulker, and then I took it out because I needed space, or not my shulker. It was in my ender chest, and I needed space.
I'm not seeing it anywhere. I'm pretty sure he took it, because I remember him. Before he burned down your house, he was like, I told him, like, make sure you take that egg out of there.
Say, because there's a reason we have another egg on that world.
Oh, did you know that that's an intentional game design for Bedrock Edition?
So you said.
Yeah, I did not know that, but apparently on Bedrock Edition, it is intentional game design that you can get two Ender Dragon eggs.
Torchflower seeds. I found torchflower seeds. I'm bringing them.
I'm just grabbing the ones off the ground for the most part, but I would appreciate more. Sweet. Yeah, because as many torchflower seeds as I can get, I'm gonna turn that into a sniffer farm and farm up more seeds. So I'll give them right back to you. You know,
like I killed, you know, because we had like over 50 of them on here.
Yeah, they were all over the place.
Man, and he just kept making more, and I was like, man, I gotta do something about this. Then I took out a bunch of them, and then all of a sudden, there's just still so many that are there. Man, he has the egg with him. That's gonna change.
Wait, is it up there?
That's my egg. No, he has it.
Has it with him. Yeah. Interesting.
I'll fight him for it if I have to.
This is a military base airship. Do you remember what anime this is inspired by?
Something to do with dragons.
I can't remember. It's something the rather. If I find the inspo photo, I'll throw that up in the VOD for the people watching the VOD. But I don't know. I don't know what anime this was inspired by. Some sort of anime. And I've been helping them build it. Dude, it looked like a box. It genuinely looked like a box before I got here. We threw some detail on it. Gave it a nice hull, a nice shape. I just built the left side. He's been working on matching the right side to the left side that I built. The one that you see right here. But yeah, it's going to be like a big blimp type airship. It's going to be really interesting. And this whole area in the center here, he's going to turn it into like a bastion fortress of some kind. I don't know. But the only other thing out here that originally we were going to have a squid portal. I think the squid portal is going to get torn down. The only other thing that's out here that we haven't seen is this over here. Eventually, I'm going to build a pirate ship right here, like just big ship. But for now, this is my oxalotl breeding area. I came out here so that this is where the nearest warm ocean. So it's the nearest area where I can get unlimited tropical fish. And dude, man, I've bred several thousand. So we're hoping we are just really, really hoping to get the blue one, man. This guy's going the wrong way. Whatever. Bye-bye, Axolotl. Yeah, no blue yet, though. No blue yet. We'll see. Hopefully one day.
I can't see you. That's interesting.
That is super interesting, because I can see you.
Yeah.
Anywho, I think that's it for this area. Have you done... Because you've been on, like, once, right? Yes. Hacker, what did I miss? Pretty much my entire base. Dude. Tired of the ads. What a guy with the sub. Dude, we're at 3 subs now. Let's go.
I don't have my Prime sub anymore, so... Well, not anymore, but... December 2nd, so...
I'm fine with that. Not available until November 2nd. I went to the Nether. I think I turned left and I'm heading back to my base, the south one. Thank you for the resub.
I need to go over there.
That's awesome. Hacker, you have seen, well, you missed my main area, my main base, and my Nether Hub tour. Don't worry, I am going to post this VOD as a edited VOD, as a full video on my YouTube. So don't worry, if you want to go see it, you absolutely can. But we're pretty much just exploring the more niche areas, the project areas. I actually want to put the big dig. No, let's go to the big dig. We've seen the big dig on stream before, but let's go there now. So if we're going dead south, this is a project I like to call the Big Dig. And essentially, for those of you that have never seen or don't know what I'm talking about, this is a mountain biome, and it's a 12 chunk by 12 chunk area. No, that's not right. It's not 12 chunks by 12 chunks. It's 200 blocks by 200 blocks, which is 13 chunks. No, 12 chunk by 12 chunk, right? Dang. Okay, I guess maybe it is 12 chunk by. Yeah, 12 chunk by 12 chunk area. Wow. It is a 12 chunk by 12 chunk area that I am completely digging out one layer at a time. I'm keeping track of all of the ore that I mine along the way, and I'm putting said ore on the wall. So in a big graph. So you can see right here, this is the big dig. I'm not looking down because there's a ceiling up here, and my friends have put bad words into the ceiling that now get cast to the floor because of shaders, vibrant visuals. But this is the big dig. We started at Y level 255, which is the highest Y level for natural world gen. And we've just been digging it down one layer at a time. And we are now at Y level, 180? So we've come down about 75 layers. And this right here is a graph of all the ore that we've collected so far. So each block that you see on the wall represents 4 pieces of ore. Every single block you see on the wall represents 1 to 4 pieces of ore. The ones at the end, I always round up. So if it's like 17 instead of 4, I do 5. I always round up. So yeah, this is the graph. And I think it looks really cool. If you're wondering where the copper is, you actually don't even have access to copper until you hit Y level like 130. So we still got like 50 layers to go. We pretty much have to double what you see here, and then we get copper. It's ridiculous. But it should be pretty good. Should be pretty cool. I'm very, very, very... Dude, what are you doing? Don't. You didn't mine up any ore, did you? It's very particular.
No.
Okay, good. Don't have any ore. If you want to mine up the stone, that's fine, but you can't mine up the ore because I need to know how much ore was in every single layer so I can make the graph. You know what I mean? So yeah. Anyways, that's pretty much it here. We've seen this area before. I will quickly go up to my, like, I don't know, base of operations corner or whatever that I have over here. Because Now, I've stopped updating the book because it kept getting corrupted, but I do have a book right here where I'm keeping track of all of the data for all of the things that I mine. You can see here, this is what I'm talking about, where I'm saying it kept getting corrupted. So I'm working on this and working on filling out this book. I have a Google spreadsheet that I've transferred all this stuff to, and I do that now because this keeps getting corrupted. And I'm just going to make it once and then sign it for when it's done so that it doesn't get corrupted over and over again. This is all that emerald ore I was telling you that I had. It's over here, and I got to bring that back to my base. I was saying that at the beginning of the stream. And this is where I get pretty much all of my coal ore and all my iron ore from that you saw earlier in the game, or earlier in the tour. So that's pretty much it. Shout out to Jacob, huge shout out to Jacob on this roof. This roof is made entirely of spruce trapdoors. It's like, I think it's more than 20 shulkers of trapdoors. Spruce trapdoors. That's ridiculously expensive, and he mined literally every single one of those trees, crafted every single one of these trapdoors. And I did help him place the trapdoors in, but he mined all the wood and crafted all the trapdoors. So huge shout out to Jacob with that one.
What's up, polar bear?
How old in IRL months/years is this? I made this between, I don't know the exact day, but I know I made this between the Nether update and Caves and Cliffs Part 1. So I'm pretty sure I made it at like the end of 2020. I also made it like, I think right before COVID hit, or right around the time COVID hit. So end of 2020, beginning of 2021, right around that time, 2020-ish. Also, you should really use the Nether roof. You can't, man. You can't. If I went to the Nether roof, I wouldn't be able to put anything up there. You can access the Nether roof on Bedrock Edition, but you cannot build on the Nether roof. If I get up there, it says max build height is 356, and it will not let me put anything on the Nether roof. It'll let me get up there, but I will effectively be stuck with no way down, and I won't be able to build anything.
We just love version difference.
I actually prefer it. I think that's the way it should be, and I think Java should be changed. But it is what it. But I don't know, and I think Mojang would agree with me on that, actually. Next thing we're gonna tour while we're here is the grid. I love the way this looks in the Nether. Oh, Bacus, there's something new here that you're gonna want to see too. So literally the last project I did, the last thing I did other than that dark oak tree putting the leaves on, the last big project that I did start to finish. Yeah, 5 years old, just about 5 years. When I started this stream, we were at less than 10,000 days played. This is the 10,000 day stream. We hit 10,000 days on this stream. But this is my main farm. This is where I come for pretty much all of my resources, the vast majority of them. I call it the grid. What Bacus is looking at is the new part. This is the hub where you spawn at for the grid. This is just, it's literally just for decoration. But the grid here, out here, this is a guardian farm comboed with dual mob farms, comboed with a gold farm, a portal-based gold farm, which, by the way, on Bedrock Edition, portal-based gold farms like this are the most efficient gold farm because you can't get on the Nether roof. Comboed with what will eventually be a quad-stacked iron farm. It's just a pain in the butt to quad stack an iron farm, so I have not yet done this. I tried, it didn't work, as you can see here, and then I got pissed and gave up. So one of these days I'll quad stack an iron farm up here, but I'm really hoping that they fix iron farms first and make them a lot easier. I think they're going to at some point, so that's what I'm hoping. This right here is my most recent project. That's why I still have a shulker monster down there at the base of it. And in fact, this blue shulker is my tools shulker. This is supposed to stay in my ender chest at all times. So, that's weird. But anyways, I do need to clean this area up. And I also need to get some more andesite here because I completely ran out and then just didn't get more. Classic me. Another unfinished project. But this is the grid. This is just it's literally just hiding the Nether portal. It's the only reason that this whole structure exists. But the plan with the structure
here, dude.
I'll tell you. Hang on. You saw something that I've got plans for that later, and I'll talk about it later. Actually, where you're going seems to be my map art, if I'm not mistaken.
Hold up. I think the game wasn't loading right. It definitely
definitely right. Yeah, that happens. Anyways, right here, this is where all my crying obsidian has gone to. I told you earlier I have a bunch. It's off somewhere because I have a spot for it. All this is going to be crying obsidian, and then I'm going to do the fog effect again with black and gray glass. And then on top of that, I'm going to build a statue of a phoenix made entirely of end rods. So it's going to look like this area is like a big old battery or something projecting a giant phoenix into the sky. That's the idea. It is purely cosmetic. It's just designed to hide the Nether portal. But lore-wise, the idea here is that the grid is like a big power station. And I'm going to decorate it once it's all finished. But for now, I don't see the point in decorating it because it's not finished. So the grid is going to be like one big power station. I'm going to put like sea lanterns that run underneath the water, that run to like windmills and whatnot. So the idea is that it's generating energy to power this big projector that's projecting like a giant hologram of like a phoenix in the sky. And then maybe one day I'll put like some kind of city on the shore here, but I don't care. I don't have any plans for that as of right now. But that is the idea here. I'm also, this is basically just my flex area. So both of those beacons are full 6-stack beacons with iron for the base, and both of these beacons are full 6-stack beacons with emeralds for the base. Which means that this will be a full 6-stack beacon with diamonds for the base, and this will be a full 6-stack beacon with gold for the base. I also have beacons set up and ready to go here for netherite. So I will not have just one full 6-stack netherite beacons when I'm done. I'll have 2 full 6-stack netherite beacons when I'm done, and 2 full 6-stack beacons of every other material type as well. So this whole area over here is really just meant to be a giant flex, and this is where I come whenever I need to AFK. Let's go ahead and head in here so you can kind of see how it looks inside of here. This is a storage room. This first layer here is completely dedicated to the Guardian farm. So this first area on these first 2 is the prismarine shards. These are the prismarine crystals in this second area here. And this third area here is all of the raw cod. This thing fills up really quick. Like if I AFK'd for one night, this thing would be completely full. In fact, it'd be overflowing. So it's really, really, really fast. It has an overworld mode, which is right here. It's currently off. If I flip it on, then all the trident killers down there will turn on. Fun fact, if you only ever played Java Edition, on Bedrock Edition, there are things called trident killers, which basically means if I throw a trident, which this one has broken, if I throw a trident right here and use a piston to push it into a block over and over again, that trident will actually do damage. So when the guardians themselves spawn right there, they are trapped, and the trident will kill them. But there's a slab here, not a full block. So the guardians are trapped, but their items actually get pushed out into the ice streams and then into the storage system. So that's pretty much how the Guardian farm works. This is your classic stereotypical Guardian farm for Bedrock Edition. And it also has a nether mode over here that you can turn off and on. The mob farms are right here. You can switch the mob farm with this switch, and the gold farm is right here. It has built-in bone meal, and so the gold farm back here is also a freaking beast. I love this farm. It was really fun, really cool to design, because it automatically sorts out all of the gold, all of the gold nuggets, all of the rotten flesh, and then sends the golden swords over here into these blast furnaces to be smelted up. And these blast furnaces also contain, are also hooked up to these micro-tick bamboo farms, which are hooked up to these bone meal farms, so that they automatically produce bamboo slabs, just like you can see right there. And then they are also on an automatic shutoff system. So when each bone meal system is full and it has filled up all of the hoppers with bamboo slabs. So let's say that there were even a single bamboo slab in this hopper right here, meaning it had been overflowed. Then this signal would turn on, shutting the bone meal farm off. So each of the bone meal farms are independent and independently controlled with independent shutoffs that automatically shut off whenever they're full. And this switch right here is a manual override for the bone meal farms, because you never want to leave a bone meal farm running when you leave the area. So I have a manual override as well that also automatically shuts off all of those bone meal farms. But I am very, very excited to AFK at that gold farm once I get all that finished. Anyways, I'm getting ahead of myself. This second layer here is for the mob drops. So we get spider eyes here, we get arrows here, we get rotten flesh here, we get gunpowder here, bones here, and string here, which we don't really get that much string, and I use all of my string when I do get it, because just with the way these mob farms are designed, there is a way to optimize them so that spiders are not so big of a deal, but it's really expensive. It requires like a bunch of coral fans, and I'm cheap. So I don't have those coral fans installed yet. So spiders kind of give me a bit of a headache, and I don't really get as many spiders from this farm. But that second layer is for the mob drops, which means this top layer is for the gold drops and the iron drops. So the right side here, obviously the rotten flesh just gets filtered down to that second layer of rotten flesh, but the gold nuggets go here and the gold ingots go here. Once the iron farm is in place, the iron ingots will go here, and I will automatically turn the poppies into bone meal and put the bone meal here. At least that was my plan before I added bone meal farms to here. So I might automatically filter the bone meal into those as well. I'm not entirely sure. I haven't fully decided yet. We shall see. But that is, oh my gosh, I've actually got a ton of miscellaneous shulker boxes up here too that also need to be sorted through. Should definitely go through those, or go through these at some time.
Beds are from.
Yeah, I'm trying to quad stack iron farm, man. Yeah, I need to go through these. All right, but that is the grid. Where should we go from here? Let's think.
Well, we can kind of go to my little.
Yeah, I'm gonna make one detour, and then we can touch that area. Yeah. All right, so if we head just this way, and we could go there through the nether as well. It's just not that far, so I don't really see the point in heading there through the nether. We can hit another farm right here, which is my drowned farm. Now, this is like, I literally threw this together in a day. I haven't decorated it. I haven't added any, niceness to it. It's just a drowned farm. It farms drowned. That's what it does. Eventually, because this is out in the middle of the ocean, I want to build this thing out and make it look like Azkaban, the wizard prison from Harry Potter. That's my goal. That's my plan. But for now, it's just this little tiny storage room. I keep my rotten flesh over here. It does auto filter, which is nice. Rotten flesh over here. Nautilus shells right here. All the copper ingots right here. And all of the tridents over here on the right. I have shulker upon shulker upon shulker of healed trident because of this farm, man. It's ridiculous. And all you have to do to turn the farm on is stand on top of these pressure plates. That'll turn on the trident killer, which is right above me. And it's actually so close to me that the XP gets sucked through the ceiling and I get the XP as well. So it's just a little neat, little tiny drown farm, and it works really, really well. And I say that this is a nice stopping point because if we continue going left, very briefly I'll show off where my old mob farm used to be because you can kind of tell. This whole area is a desert. My old mob farm used to be up here. It's completely gone, so you can't even see it. But the reason why this terrain doesn't match at all is because I actually trimmed the chunks, the unused chunks on my world a while back. But I still had my mob farm when I did that, so I didn't trim these chunks. I left them. So you get this really weird deserty effect. And whenever I trim them again, I will trim these chunks, so this will be gone. Which basically means whenever I do another world tour video, this will almost certainly be completely gone. So cherish it. I might tear out all the sand before I do completely reset it.
This is you might want to get rid of all the sand first.
But I mean, you can dupe sand really easily, so I don't really see the point. I might take these cactus flowers though. Oh, I don't think I have a cactus flower yet. I don't know if I've ever gotten a cactus flower, honestly. I don't know. All right, well, anyways, from here, if we head just a little bit north, we'll get to the area that Bacchus has been talking about a little bit. So he used to live on that island that we saw earlier. He was tired of that, just kind of wanted a fresh start. So he gave up that island and gave it to Eric, moved out here to this island, not nearly as secluded, also a lot bigger and has a lot more terrain, has some plans for it. I'm going to let him take it from here.
So the idea of it is I'm going to build like a little miniature version, not really miniature, it's going to be big, but It's gonna be a little bit smaller version of Japantown from Cyberpunk 2077. Gonna try and keep it as faithful as I can, but the limited space really is gonna mess with it. I do plan to bridge these two sides of I plan to make bridges from the surrounding mountain area onto this little inlet here, which I'm really happy that but just I guess the one thing it's gonna take is just putting the work towards it, because this is gonna be a long
time. You know what would be really cool? Not to add to your plate, but it would be really cool if the city actually was in this like chasm there too, like side of the mountain, bridges just all over the place. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
I have a lot of ideas. I just need to actually sit there and convince myself to play and enjoy this.
Oh
Listen, man, it's hard. It's
funny.
Minecraft. What do you expect?
I get it though. I totally get it, because there are times where I'm just like so dedicated, I could play all day, nothing else I'd rather do. And then there's times where it's like I have a million projects I could work on and I don't want to do a single one of them. I'm really excited though. Really excited for this area.
That reminds me, I gotta do this, just because I've got way too many of these. They're all empty.
Oh my goodness.
That's the worst part.
I just realized I'm just like gathering crap as I explore. I'm also totally ignoring the comments, so I'm sorry. But yeah, the grid is so majestic. I really appreciate that. I don't think it's my favorite area, but it is like, it's easily the area that I've been working on the longest consistently without like tearing it down and completely restarting. So I'm glad to hear that, because it's got all kinds of build style from from back in the day, and I think we all think that we get better at building. Like, I don't think anyone would go, oh, I've gotten worse at building as time has gone on. You know what I mean? I don't think any of us would say that. So no worries, Temp. Dude, 6 a.m. Yeah, you're ridiculous. The drown farm works it's just over an ocean, right? So drown can spawn, but there's blocks above it, so drown are the only thing that can spawn. It won't spawn any fish or anything because of these leaves above it. These leaves block the light but not the surface, so the game still thinks of this as the surface and not underground, so it will still spawn drown, but the leaves block the light, so it will still spawn drown. And they'll just spawn on these little ice rinks, and because it's a funnel, this water will naturally push them in, and they'll literally just fall down the funnel and get funneled into the system and die. It's a really ingenious system. It's not a farm that I designed. Pretty much every single farm that you see on this world is designed by Silent Whisperer, who is kind of like I don't want to say the ill mango of Bedrock Edition, but maybe the mumbo jumbo of Bedrock Edition. Like, it's not that he is going like min-maxing all of the details and all that stuff. It's just that he's the best redstone YouTuber for Bedrock Edition, hands down, period. You know what I mean? Like, Silent Whisperer is hands down the best Bedrock Edition YouTuber. There's not a competition, there's not an argument. So when it comes to redstone, at least, and redstone tutorials. So with all that stuff said, let's head back to the Nether. Actually, yeah, from the drown farm here would probably be the best way. Let's head back to the Nether, because we have a couple of things that are only in the Nether. Why does water look so weird in vibrant visuals? Because it's not like optimized, in my opinion. In my opinion, vibrant visuals water, when you're looking like at the ocean or at a river or at a pond, looks really, really, really good. I love it. But if you're just looking at like a single block of water or a single water stream or just a little bit of flowing water, It looks really weird. Ignore this. Ignore this. Everyone has a bunch of villagers trapped in the nether. Everyone has a bunch. This is by the way, what I just didn't show or didn't say anything about, that is where I was working on my quad stacked nether hub for the grid, or iron farm for the grid. So that's why I got all these villagers here. And that's they're a little bit too close. This right here, this is the portal for the drowned farm. It's just a little too close to that other portal, so they've been linking. It's not a big issue. This is the tunnel that used to lead to my mob farm, but that's different. This tunnel right here leads to my end portal, but there's really no reason to go down there. I haven't really done anything with the end portal or the end. The only thing I've really done is I've started tearing out the end island, and I built a shulker farm out there. I want to build like a space station out there eventually, but I haven't really done any of that yet. This is my 2-person ghast farm. So essentially, it does require 2 people, but 1 person would AFK in the overworld, that is right here, and ghast would spawn on these platforms. They would immediately get sent to the overworld because they will definitely be touching a portal no matter where they are. So ghast would spawn on those platforms, immediately get sent to the overworld, and then this portal way up here is the portal that attach. And the slabs are crap. The slabs are spawn proofing. For the ghast spawning, of course. Dang, that's really annoying. But the overworld side is a little blurry. Not fully decorated, not fully finished. So totally need to decorate it, totally need to finish it. But basically you come out in this little just boxed in area. This area right below me, this is the killing chamber. What is that? Is that bones? Bones? Huh. I don't even know what the crap, like where that is, where that came from. But this is the killing chamber. Any ghast would spawn in there, and these are trident killers, so I can kill up to 6 ghasts at a time. They'll immediately get sucked into these minecarts, 3 on the left, 3 on the right, and then they'll get killed by these trident killers. Their XP and loot will get sent up here to the storage area up here. There are 1-person designs for ghast farms on Bedrock Edition now, and I do have plans to build one eventually, but I'm not fussed about it. So this is all my ghast tiers and whatnot, and then this is this is usually where I get my gunpowder from, just because it's the most reliable source of gunpowder, in my opinion. But this is a pretty niche farm. I don't really use it that often. I built it years ago, long time ago. But now we're going to fly back, stopping at our end portal. And as we approach our end portal, you'll notice pretty quickly that the area around it looks kind of weird. And that's because this is how you duplicate gravity blocks on Bedrock Edition. So if you're on Bedrock Edition and you want to duplicate gravity blocks, all you have to do is get drip leaf, power it with redstone, and when you place your gravity block on top of it, it will constantly fall like it is right now. If you go through the portal, Trident carriers are carrying your farms. Oh yeah, dude. Trident killers carry every single farm on Bedrock Edition because Trident killers allow you to use looting with the farm because it counts as you killing it. So if you hold a looting sword, it thinks that you're killing it with looting. So because the spawn rates on Bedrock Edition are drastically lower than the spawn rates on Java Edition, the only way to get anywhere close to the same amount of drops is by utilizing Trident killers. So you have to use Trident killers to make sure that your farms keep up with Bedrock Edition. Otherwise, they simply won't keep up. So this is the end. And I honestly don't want to go through. Yeah, well, we will. Real quick, we'll go back through the nether just so I can show you how the sand duplication glitch works. Basically, the sand will fall and break itself, but also not fall and break itself at the same time. So you can see it actually tries to duplicate itself, and it might succeed and just straight up duplicate itself, but it also might fail and break itself, as you can see right here. So we started with what, 4 pieces of sand. We went through that portal once. I need a you're gonna need a shovel in order to break it. Let's see, shovels right there. So what, we started with 4 and we ended up with 9. So we more than duplicated all the sand that we had. And I'll actually just leave this shulker of sand here. Why not? Let's hop through. We'll go to the end and I'll quickly show you my shulker farm. It's a really simple design. It's pretty much the only design you can do on Bedrock Edition as far as I'm aware. And once again, it's very different than what you would be used to on Java Edition. So if we hop through to the end real quick, you can see quite quickly, I've got haste. I've got all of my portals in everywhere. I've killed the Ender Dragon all the times to make sure that every portal spawns in. You may notice that there is a portal missing right there, and that's because on Bedrock, you used to farm the Wither in these portals. So this portal, I actually broke the portal, and was using it to farm the Wither. But when I killed the Ender Dragon and spawned in all the rest of the portals, because there wasn't a portal there, the game got confused and actually spawned it in there a second time. But the game thinks, oh, I've spawned in 21 portals, so you have all your portals. But I actually am missing this portal right here in between these two, and I will always be missing that portal right there in between these two, which is a little unfortunate. But I've started tearing down these obsidian pillars, as you can see. I've started tearing down the end island a little bit, as you can see. I've got haste beacons all over the place. My idea is to put like a space station that rings all the way around the portals and then comes in at this central point in the center. But that's going to be a future thing, future project. This is my shulker farm. This is literally it. All I do is stand right here in the center. The shulkers will try and shoot at me, but they will only ever be able to hit the armor stands. So the armor stands will float, but they'll float at the glass. So they'll just continuously try to shoot at me, and they will only ever hit either each other or, as you can see, there's 2 shulkers right there. So the one in the back hits the one in the front, duplicating it, and that's how you farm the shulker. And then right here, those 2, hit this one, farming the shulker, and it will never ever hit me. So all I have to do is AFK right here, and all those shulkers around me, they'll just constantly hit each other. Some of those shulkers do end up, getting caught up here in these hoppers. That's why there are hoppers up here, going over all this glass. But the rest of it has water streams right here that then get pushed down into this central area, the central collection chamber, which I don't think it has any shulkers in it right now. I think I just drained it. That's why I have like 5 shulker boxes of shulker shells at my base. So, but this is my shulker farm. Super simple, super easy. Nothing really all that impressive. And then, like I said, you spawn right about here. Back to my OG base. We've already explored everything here, so we're not going to be sticking around for too long. We're just going to head to the nether, and then go north this time. We are almost done. That's crazy. I think we're going to be streaming for about 4.5, maybe 5 hours. Yeah, but you can see the frames. I'm sure you can see the frames. That's not the stream. I see them too. That's just how my base is. It's just laggy like that, and I just deal with it, man. Life on Bedrock Edition. It's not always that bad. Like I said, there was a recent update that just tanked Bedrock Edition, made it way worse. So it hasn't always been that bad, but it's never been at the same level of Java. Anyways, if we head north, we're going to hit an intersection pretty quickly. Over here on the left, that is the end portal. That's where we just came from. If we continue straight out here, which is actually what we're about to do, then we will end up in a witch farm. So let me go ahead and hop on our boat right here, and then it's about 1,000 blocks, about 700 blocks, I want to say. Oh wait, I'm going the wrong way. How did I get turned around like that? Seems crazy to me. So yes, on the left is the end portal. On the right is my buddy Xander's base. That's his base of operations. And up to the north, there is something right here as well. That's a separate farm. But if we keep going up to the north, about 1,000 blocks, we want to get to about -900. Hang on, I'm gonna close Discord. Hopefully that'll help everything stream a little bit better. There you go, right about -1,000. This is my witch farm. Once again, this is a farm designed by Silent Whisperer, and once again, it utilizes Trident killers because it has to in order to keep up with anything that Java Edition can do. But basically, it's really easy. It's directly above a witch hut. I will say this, Bedrock Edition witch farms are ridiculously easy and just as good as Java Edition as far as I'm aware. They might be a little worse, I don't know. But basically, I just kind of secluded the witch hut, made it dark in there so that they'll spawn. Witches always spawn at the exact same block in every single structure on Bedrock Edition. That's why my Guardian farm looked the way it did, and that's why my witch farm looks the way it does, because there's only a single block within this structure that they spawn on. So I have isolated that block, set up a Trident killer. This Skulk Catalyst is to destroy all the XP to prevent XP and to prevent the XP from building up and creating lag. And then all the items just get sent up here. The reason I built all this out of glass is that eventually I want to build like a potion bottle and just make it look like a potion bottle. That's the idea. I might change that. I don't know. We'll see. But that's the idea. And that's why the top is made from orange glass and orange terracotta on the sides here. But classic item sorters at the top and whatnot. Classic everything, I would say. There is a solid block on the roof right here where I AFK so that phantoms don't spawn. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't usually use the gunpowder from here just because there's so little of it. There's a ton of redstone though. This is pretty much, redstone is usually pretty much the only thing I'm using this farm for. Cause sometimes I use the sticks, not really though. Sometimes I will use it for glass bottles though too, for like honey farms and whatnot. But yeah, this is the witch farm. Pretty simple, pretty easy. Now let's go ahead and break our boat and head back. All right, and I am actually going to stop here. This is a bamboo farm, and a pretty cool one at that. It's a fairly new addition. I think it's the newest farm that I've built, I want to say. But don't quote me on that. This is a bamboo farm, gigantic bamboo farm that automatically crafts just about every single wood item you could imagine or you could possibly want. So in the ground here, I've got these gigantic bamboo fields, as you can see right here. And if it was turned on, then these slime block flying machines would fly out and fly back, clearing the bamboo. I've got minecart rails underneath all of them that would pick up all the bamboo. And then I've got auto sorters, or auto crafters, I should say, that automatically craft them into their various forms. So this one is just regular bamboo, and this entire section is designed for storing just regular bamboo. This entire section right here is designed for storing blocks of bamboo. This entire section right here is designed for storing planks of bamboo. This one is designed for storing bamboo slabs. This one is designed for storing barrels. And this one is designed for storing chests. And these things get crafted and sorted automatically. Let me come back here and drop down into the system so you can kind of see how it works. So this is the clock system that controls when these flying machines run. I'm underneath the flying machines right now, and this is the minecart system that allows all of the bamboo to be collected. If we drop down one more layer, this is the auto crafting system. So it's this was a beast to design. It was super fun and super cool, but basically on this area, this is the most diverse area. This first one actually gets dropped out and taken out and sent away. That's the one that's literally just collecting bamboo. These next three all get funneled into the same crafter, which crafts blocks of bamboo, which then get funneled out and sent away. These next two, so I think it's four, I think it's actually 6, 2, 4, 6, I think all end up chaining together. All end up crafting blocks of bamboo and then get sent down into planks of bamboo that get collected and then sent away. And then finally, these last ones on the end here, they do all of the slabs and then get collected and sent away. This second line here, I think, is literally entirely, completely, 100% dedicated to barrels, if I'm not mistaken. And this line here is 1,100% completed to dedicated to chests, crafting chests. And there is a crafter, I think, like right. Oh, and it's got a shulker. Okay, it's got an optional shulker loader attached to it. I forgot that I did that. But yeah, this thing is just a freaking beast, automatically crafting. Just so much stuff. It's really cool. This was actually the very first thing I ever did with the auto crafters, and this was just where I got the hang of them, where I kind of learned how the auto crafters work. The first thing I ever did with auto crafters. So very happy with this build. I'm very happy with the way everything turned out here. Eventually, I think I'm gonna decorate this upper area up here. I want it to look like a quote-unquote like Vietnam airfield. So it's going to be very jungly style, kind of run down, and I'm going to build like a little backwater airfield right here. I think that was my original plan. We'll see if I stick to it, because it's probably not going to be done for years. Honestly, this might look the exact same the next time I come here. It might even be torn out entirely, because like I said, I'm not a sentimental guy. If I don't like something, I tear it out. That brings me to my next farm. This is the farm I built right before building this farm, and this is a hoglin farm. Once again, this is a Silent Whisperer design, and it runs on trident killers. So it uses warped fungus to scare all of the hoglins into the center here. Then they will get pushed into this corner. There used to be a minecart there. There's supposed to be a minecart there. And that minecart would hold the piglins, so that the trident killer, which is right here, you can see it, that's the redstone for it, would kill those piglins, and then all the loot gets pushed out over here into this system right here. So this is the minecart. This is the minecart that's supposed to be there. You know what? Let's go ahead and add it. Let's go ahead and put it back. Why not? There we go. Farm is repaired. And yeah, that is my hoglin farm. It came together really quick and really easy. I just needed a little bit of leather. And if you come up here, you can see, maybe I took the leather out. I probably did, yeah. Pork chops right there. This is a little storage area. And that storage area is temporary. Eventually I'm going to build another one, but this brings me to Xander's base. This is the second area I ever made on this world. So you may recall that I said originally the plan or the idea with this world was that if I ever got bored, I was going to put all my stuff in a chest and go out and start a new area. I told my buddy Xander that because he was wanting to play some Minecraft, and I said, hey, you're welcome. You're more than welcome to come play on this world with me. And I told him what the world was about, and he was like, how many times have you done that? And the answer was a big fat 0. I'd actually done it 0 times because I just got dedicated. So I, with Xander, put all my stuff away, went out into the world with him, and this is the base and the nether hub that we made together. I no longer work on this area really that much at all. Xander works on it mostly by himself, or I help him. So this is his area, and it's pretty cool. There's a lot of really cool stuff over here. It's a Badlands biome, and you can see now maybe the Nether portal makes a bit more sense in the Nether now. It's a sword. It's a sword that got stabbed into the ground that pierces through to the Nether, and that's kind of what the Nether portal design in the overworld or in the Nether was. There's a couple things here, but there's not too much that is really anything. There is a bridge over here. I like this bamboo forest, but I think it's probably going to get torn out. There's a bridge over here that leads over this pond. This is like the only water in the entire area, so like lore wise in my head, that's why this base has been set up here, because of this water that they're kind of hoarding it. So this bridge is going to lead over here, and then up here, this is the only iron farm I have in the entire world. This is Xander's iron farm, and it leads down here. It's got automatic bone mealification and stringification and whatnot. So it's it's got a villager trading hall built into it as well, which is pretty nice. There used to be a tunnel up here that connected to our main base, but we have since moved out of the main base, and it has been kind of covered up, so this is like the remnants of the main base up here, and this is where it used to be down here. But the main base is now just a wool farm. We literally just use this to store wool. And dude, this wool farm produces so much wool, I'm actually scared of it. Like, I'm actually scared to be over here for too long because of how much freaking wool this wool farm produces. It lags out the game, and it makes it's terrifying. It's actually too much. And there's also 3 colors I haven't even added yet, so I have to add room for 3 more colors. Ignore that stuff. We're gonna get to that stuff. This is our original home base. When we originally arrived in the Mesa, we set up right where the Nether portal is, and we built this. Then the save got corrupted, and we lost the progress. So we got really upset. We didn't want to build this again, so we decided to move up into the mountain, and that is how we ended up living here for so long. This is a little map, by the way, a little map of the area. I think it looks pretty cool. This is a rainbow bridge that Xander built at some point. It's a roller coaster. It's still up there. The roller coaster has since been torn down, I believe, but the rainbow bridge is still up there. I don't know why. But anyways, the world got corrupted, and we ended up moving in up here. And then after building that, so our original idea was to build a sand crawler from Star Wars. So that's what that is. That's a sand crawler from the original Star Wars movie. Hopefully you recognized it. And while we built that, we were gonna live in the RV temporarily. This is meant to be the RV from Breaking Bad, which is why we built it. You know, Mesa, desert, Breaking Bad. Felt right. So we built it, world got corrupted, it got deleted, and then we were like, screw it, whatever, you know, I don't want to. So we built that, and it was only after we built that I was like, you know what, we gotta build the RV again. So I came back, and over here by our original base area where we actually ended up living, I built this little RV in homage to our original RV. So that's what this is, and that's why this is here. This is an homage to our original RV, and it's designed to look like the Breaking Bad RV. We make our way down this platform here. Once again, my buddy Eric was originally going to do something here. That's why the cobblestone is there. Decided not to, so it's not there. This little set of trapdoors leads down to my wool farm. That's how we were getting sheep down there. So we'll show that off in just a bit. If we go along the right side here, it runs along a ridge top. Eventually, I want to terraform this mountainside to kind of look like, if you've ever seen Avatar, The Last Airbender, the TV show, they have these really cool like wasp, hornet, bee nests like built into the side of like this plateau. So my idea is to build that same thing into the side here, and then have this platform kind of loop down and around here, because underneath this plateau and behind this plateau is where my bee farms are going to go. Oh, dude! Another project box! Another one! We found one! I thought we might! 3. We only need 3 more. Dude, that's so cool. That's so... I had forgotten this was here. That's so cool, man. Awesome. Yeah, so this is a honeycomb farm. And with a automatic shulker loader. So they automatically get loaded into shulkers and then automatically sent up into storage. This is honeycomb. I'm going to build a honey block farm over here as well. So I can farm honey blocks, I can farm honeycomb, and I think I'm actually going to put my resin farm over here too, because resin is so similar to honey that I feel like I can aesthetically get away with it. So I think I'm going to put my resin farm over here too when I make it. But this is Xander's base. This is his tree house. He made this, I wouldn't say all by himself, but he did make that house up there all by himself. And then I was like, dude, that tree looks kind of derp. He was like, yeah, can you help me fix it? And I'm like, yeah. So we built this together. We definitely 100% built this. We built this. Anyways, whatever. We built this together and then built the stairway up here to the house. This house up here, he built. It's all his, totally his, which means these shulkers are his too. I don't even know what's in these. But anyways, yeah, all his up here. There's not too much going on over here because, like I said, it's mostly his area and he doesn't really get on too much to work on it by himself. It's usually only when I'm on as well. We're playing together. Right here we have an egg farm. This egg farm is ridiculous. I just built it for the fun of it. It's just got a ridiculous amount of chickens in here to the point where it gets really laggy. And then this here is where all those eggs get stored. I have pulled some of those eggs out and put them over here. I started putting them into shulkers and was like, ah, screw it, I don't care. I really just genuinely don't care. What the? I'll take that. I don't know why there's a gold ingot in there, but I'll take it. Yeah, so there's a bunch of eggs, if you ever need eggs. We got more chickens over here, just for the sake of it, I guess. This is... and there's just too many chickens. Look, Xander loves chickens. This thing has been around for a while. We use this as a, like, food source. And then he started just, like, spamming eggs all over the place. That's why you saw chickens in the nether. Oh my gosh, I didn't even realize that all this beef was here. Hey, goofy. And we've just recently started terraforming all this to fit a little bit better. So this whole area, mutton, oh my gosh, used to look really different. But the idea here is we're going to build manual farms for like sheep and chicken and all the other stuff. We've also got our brown pandas over here. There is one that's named. This is Mr. Herb Peanut Butter. That is a BoJack reference. If you can't tell, this whole area is like our sitcom TV show pop media reference area. So this is, it's actually 2 BoJack references combined into one. Because I asked Xander for a name idea, and he said, you should name it Herb or Mr. Peanut Butter. So I brought them together, because at the time I hadn't watched BoJack, and I didn't know the reference. So there we go. We've got 2 BoJack references right there. Just kind of funny, kind of interesting. And then manual crop farms here, so that you can manually farm out with the dispensers with the water, but then you have to manually place it back. That's why this windmill is here. I built this just for aesthetic purposes, for the fun of it. Thought it looked kind of nice. I'm pretty sure I designed this just impromptu on the fly, but I can't remember. Might have just looked at an image and tried to build what I saw. I don't know. But that's what this windmill here is, and eventually all the rest of this is going to get decorated. This wall here is going to get brought out and surround this entire area, so the whole area is enclosed. And before we go back this way, I'm actually going to head over here underground, because in this big cave area, these are the pipes where the wool comes up and out into the wool farm. And this area under here is going to look like a big mine, an excavation project eventually. So these pipes will fit with the theme, hopefully, and look kind of like an excavation project. But this, for now, for here, this is the wool farm. So you can see I've got the bottom rail of the last layer installed, but I still have to install the rest of the layer. And basically, you end up with these big silos with all these sheep in them crammed into them. So I think there are 4 sheep in each one of these pens. And each one of these dispensers is just chocked full of shears. And they run around. The minecarts run around. They go out. They come back. They get collected. They get automatically sorted into all the various colors. I do have an overflow here in case there's just too much or in case it breaks. They get sorted out into their colors and then sent into the shulker box loaders. As you can see right here. And then from the shulker box loaders, they get dropped down into these water streams here and then sent out into those water tubes where they get stored. This is just an absolute beast, and the reason why I'm scared of it is because it actually just produces so much wool so quickly that it's hard to keep up with the shulker demand. I think, yeah, okay, luckily I still have plenty of shulkers in here. But it just produces so much wool so quickly, it's hard to keep up. And the reason why there's so much more white wool than any other color is because I decided that the entire first row, the entire bottom layer, is all white wool. So the white wool produced is 3 times that of any other type. So it's just insane, man. It's just absolutely insane. Whoa, that's weird. Why is there gray wool in there? There shouldn't be gray wool in there. Looks like my filters have been broken somehow. Yep, yeah, sure enough. Yeah, I have no idea how that happened, but apparently that black wool got drained somehow and accidentally broke the system. That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean when I say I'm scared of this thing, dude. Like that was, luckily I caught that, but if I hadn't have caught that, or if it was a bigger issue, like, this thing is just insane. Absolutely insane. So there we go. That shulker just got replaced. And this gray wool shulker got sent out. And it'll get wrapped around. This is a big cave area, and this cave does connect up. If I go over here, I think I can, yeah, if I go over here, cave gets really, really, really big, and I can fly up to, yeah, up and out right here, right? But the wool gets sent up here. This is all here. This area is all just a work in progress. It's all just decorations for now. Eventually it'll have function and other stuff to it. But that is the wool farm. Which brings us to the sand crawler. This is our main base of operations in this area. I designed this in a creative world, and then Xander and I built it together in a survival world, or this survival world, I should say. It still needs some more decorations on the side and whatnot. It's a bit monotone, but it's okay. It is what it is. I'm really happy with the interior because we designed this together. I didn't design any of this ahead of time. All of these wolves are Xander's wolves, Xander's dogs. Actually, I think this one might be Eric's because Bailey is Eric's like an actual dog that Eric has in real life. I'm really happy with the way this interior came together because we've designed it impromptu. This first layer is storage with a small furnace array system out the back here. And this is a storage system right here for a giant furnace array. And if you come up here, it looks like engines, like twin engines in the back that run the sand crawler, but they're actually a furnace array system. It's kind of complex, so I added a manual here so that people can use it. This is the switch that just turns the machine on, and this is where you actually put items in. So you can put items in here or here. The sides are dependent, so the things that go here will not get smelted by things that go here, you know what I mean? Like it's a dual furnace array system, so it does matter which side you put it in. This system is a lock, so that you can lock both of these hoppers, because if you want to just put a shulker, like let's say I had 2 shulkers of sand and I wanted to smelt both, I could just do 1, 2 and be done with it. And then I could lock them when I want to remove those shulkers so that they don't get sucked away into the system. And then these chests down here are for the fuel. I've got a secret way down into the system back here, so you can see the furnace array system back here. And if you've ever seen a Bedrock furnace array system, it's just your standard piston feed tape Bedrock furnace array system. Nothing special, but it is, once again, a Silent Whisperer design. Anywho, moving right along. The other stuff for this second area is meant to be a villager trading hall. That's explicitly designed to look like an imprisonment, because of course this is a sand crawler, right? By the way, there are bubble columns inside these water tubes. I didn't mention that before. So there are not only staircases on these like spruce columns, but there are also bubble columns, or a bubble column to go up, at least I should say. There is no bubble column that goes down, because you can just jump down. You don't really need a bubble column that goes down. And this spiral staircase runs up through the second layer. But if you go up to the third layer, it is undecorated. Eventually, I'm going to put an automatic villager breeder back here so that they get automatically filtered out from the side down here and into the villager trading hall. And then it's going to be, this back wall here will be like where you come out. It'll just be doors for rooms. So one for me and one for Xander. Maybe one for Eric. We'll see. But if you turn around and go up here, then you get the like command decks. So these are meant to look like, I don't know, computer chips, kind of, other things like that. And you get the command center where you kind of overlook everything that we have thus far, which is pretty cool. This wall here is a big work in progress, big old work in progress. But I'm going to eventually extend it out, and there will be, this is the south gate. There's going to be an eastern gate right back here, and that's going to be like theoretically what the sand crawler has entered through. A northern gate right up here, and a western gate over here. And I've got more plans than that, but that's pretty much everything that really matters right now. I've got another farm out here. You can see it right there in the middle of that pond. This is my trial chamber farm, and this is once again just a really freaking cool farm. So if we drop down in here, I have taken a trial chamber. Let me come over here so the vibrant visuals kind of changes when we get used to it. I have taken a trial chamber. I tore out, demolished the entire thing, and I built a roller coaster. So there's a roller coaster right here. And if I get in that roller coaster and press the button, actually, we can go ahead and switch the game to easy mode real quick. If I switch it to easy mode, press this button, it's going to take me around to literally every single spawner and activate them. Not only every spawner, but every vault. So if I've never hit the vaults before, I can take the coaster to get around to every vault and hit the vault. This one's going to get activated. All the mobs that spawn are automatically going to die. All the loot is automatically going to get pulled out and dropped into these copper cages, as you can see right here. That's what these pipes are for. But we come around there, there's another vault. There's an active spawner, there's a spawner, and it is paced perfectly, so you go as fast as you possibly can, while still going slow enough to make sure that all the spawners get activated. So we're going to get dropped down here again, go across all the vaults, come up to the top, hit the spawners. There's one more right here. Come across over here, get all of the vaults first and foremost. And then activate all the spawners up here. We're going to go across the top of the storage system right here. Run underneath this. Oh yeah, I forgot. I forgot that this pipe is, I added the pipes a bit later. I forgot that the pipes kind of busted stuff. They busted stuff up. But that's no problem. We're just going to skip that and then come down here. And then it's going to activate this one. That's going to activate this one. And then that's going to activate this one and this one. Go around to this area over here. Activate the last few trial spawners. And you can see we are in hand range of all the vaults as we go around too. So a player could easily just run around on top of the coaster farm to hit all the vaults. There's one more. Then we take over here. 1, 2... And just like that, we've activated every single one of our spawners. So if you only want to hit the use the trial coaster once and then leave, that's totally fine. All the items get sorted out. As you can see right there, they're all getting sent down these item pipeways. They drop down and then get sent up here, sent across, and then this copper golem up here, where is he? There he is. Will automatically sort all of said items. I think I need to hit this copper golem with some beeswax so that he doesn't freeze up on me. But essentially, yeah, all of the items get put into that copper chest, sorted out right here. This is all of the foodstuffs. This is all of the loot, the potions, and the keys. And then this is all of the mob drops, like arrows, skeleton, or arrows, string, bones, etc. So that's the trial chamber. This was actually so much fun, like actually so much fun, so cool, and I've never ever seen anyone do anything like this at all. So as far as I'm aware, this is like a completely unique thing that is only on this world, which is really cool. Oh, you know what? Should change my difficulty back to peaceful mode. Oh, and by the way, you can, so if you only want to run the coaster once, you can press this button, but if you just want to run it on loop in AFK, you can flip this lever to make sure that this remains powered, and then you run it on loop. Now we're going to head to what I think is the last few things. I think we have 3 more. I think we only have 3 more things to take a look at, and then we are done. Which is pretty cool. Pretty freaking cool. 2 more in the Nether and 1 more in the Overworld. So let's stop at this portal and head through the Nether. So if we continue to head east out here in the Nether, you'll notice that I've got another tunnel that runs this way, and this tunnel is partially finished, not completely finished. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, is literally the longest tunnel I have. Because it runs all the way from, gosh, what, like 200, I think? Roughly 200? All the way out to here. This is the first stop. This is as far as I've extended it out. And this on the left is going to be just pink because it is a tongue, which is kind of cool. Hang on. Let me fly out here. I think would be a good viewing point, a vantage point. So this, as you can see, is my frog light farm. So I've built a statue of a warm biome frog. So if you have a frog hatch in the Nether, it is a white frog, a warm biome frog. That's why I've got my frogs like this. Am I back in peaceful mode? Yes, I am. That's why I built a white frog instead of any other color, and its tongue is sticking up and out and sticking to my little tunnel here. It's almost like it's like licking it, right? So then you come along the tongue here, and I'm going to put cherry wood right here to try and make this a little bit more of an easy transition. Or maybe mangrove. I don't know. But you come into the mouth of the frog here, and then you can go out into the bowels of the system, but there really is no reason to go out into the bowels. Instead, you need to come out over and down here. And you can see I need to put carpet all over this place to mob-proof it. But over here, I've got my pearlescent frog lights, my ochre frog lights, my verdant frog lights, and my magma cream. So this right here is the magma cube spawner that spawns magma cube. They just get dropped down there, and then they will get attracted by an iron golem if it's still there. Hang on. Pretty sure it might have died. Yeah, it's still there. This iron golem will attract the magma cubes over. They will then fall into here. This powdered snow prevents the frogs and the magma cubes from being able to jump out. The powdered snow prevents the frogs from being able to jump out, and it also prevents it also damages the magma cubes until they are at the smallest height. Once they're at the smallest height, the frogs will eat them, drop out their contents into these hoppers where they get sent off into this dropper chain, which sends them up into the storage system. So this is my frog light farm. Fun fact, I have only ever AFK'd and used this Froglight farm once. I used it once. I AFK'd overnight. I actually died while AFK. Lost all of my stuff. It was really brutal. I got one shulker, just over a shulker, as you can see, of all the Froglight types, and I have never used it since. I'm actually out of pearlescent frog lights, so I need to use it again. But I've been trying not to AFK because I've been saving up for 10,000 days. You know, I didn't want to take away or detract from the 10,000 days at all. So I've been saving up, never used this farm again. I'm excited to use it for the first time since I built it. So I've actually never used it with the storage system in place and with the statue in place and all that other stuff. Because when I used it, I literally just built the bare bones and then sent it. You know what I mean? So, but if you continue out just a little bit more, and this is indeed the longest tunnel I have, because the only other one would be like the witch farm or the big dig, and neither of those are over 1,000. But if you come out here, this is probably I don't know, one of my most impressive farms. It's, I don't know, valuable farms. This is my wither skeleton farm. So basically, once again, like I said, in Bedrock Edition, whenever you have a structure like this, like this, wither skeletons can only spawn in nether fortresses, but on Bedrock Edition they can not only spawn in nether fortresses, they only spawn on specific blocks within a nether fortress. So what I've done here is I've mapped out every single one of those blocks and placed a wither rose, because a wither rose does not allow any creature except for wither skeletons to spawn. So essentially nothing will spawn except wither skeletons. They'll see these zombie pigmen, and I have them here. They all have different names. Which one is this? They all have different names. The Wrath of Egot Solbay. That's the only one that's like a legitimate name, because I thought it was funny that the other two were like not you'll see what I'm talking about. Hang on. So I've mapped out, when I AFK in the center platform there, I am perfectly loading all of these spawn areas and no other spawn areas. So I'm maxing out my wither skeleton spawning. Dude, this farm is a beast. What's from this? Sandra's Mommy Poo. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? And the other one has a similar name. So I thought the fact that like these two have like goofy, jokey names, and then the one has like a serious name, like the one off by himself, I thought it was funny. Carl the cucumber, yeah. So pretty funny. I mean, I think it's pretty funny. Anyways, these things drop down and produce trident killers. This is a farm of my own design. I watched a Silent Whisperer video and then redesigned it to fit perfectly with what I needed in my world, and most often that's exactly what I do. It's not a verbatim tutorial watch, you know, the exact same thing. But you'll notice that every single one of these individual platforms, so that platform, this platform, and that platform, each has its own split where it has 2 separate hopper chains and 3 non-stackable item sorters that get dropped into lava. So it splits into 2 separate item chains with 3 separate item sorters to get rid of all the stone swords, then converges into 1 chain and has 3 more non-stackable item sorters. And every single one does that. So that one does it, this one does it, and that one does it. Which is a total of 9 non-stackable item sorters and 6 non-stackable item sorters that every single sword guaranteed has to be able to make it past in order to not get deleted. And sometimes, not often, but sometimes I still miss swords, and swords still end up in this final chest. Anyways, then they all converge into 1, which was a terrible idea. I need to fix this storage system desperately because they all get clogged up here really quick. And then the coal gets filtered out, then the bones get filtered out, and then everything else, which should just be the skulls, but sometimes ends up being the swords too, gets sent to this this final chest right here. And if we go up here, you'll see what I'm talking about. So this one on the left is for coal, this one on the right is for bones, and this one right here in the center is for all of my wither skeleton skulls. This thing is just, this farm's an absolute beast. It pumps out like a ridiculous amount of resources. It's hard to keep up with how many resources it produces. And the whole thing needs to be decorated, not redesigned function wise, but the storage room needs a complete overhaul, complete redesign. And I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but that is my wither skeleton farm, which means that you have now seen everything. You've seen absolutely everything except the final area. What you might be wondering at this point is like, dang, dude, this is a lot of stuff. This is really cool. Hopefully you think it's really cool. Hopefully. But what you might be wondering is, hey, do you have a map room? And where is your map room? And the answer is yes, I do have a map room. And said map room is like a whole dedicated area, because my world is so large in size and diverse that I want to be able to have the whole map in a single area. And because I play on Bedrock Edition and so many other areas of my world are very laggy, the map room is its own dedicated area, and I call it the observatory. It doesn't have its own portal, so we're going to take Xander's portal to it. But if we come from Xander's base and head towards our base, so our base is roughly located at 0, 0. So if we just kind of head roughly towards our base, we're going to see the observatory appear on the horizon. So right as we kind of leave Xander's area, right here we're going to enter a stony peaks, stony cliffs. And this is the observatory. This main structure, the big vertical structure that you see here, is heavily inspired by I think it's the Griffith Observatory in California. So that's kind of the architectural style that I'm going for. This whole thing is meant to be inspired by the Griffith Observatory. The entrance is going to be over here. And right here, there'll be like a big parking lot, a little bit of a garden area, and then there's the entrance, and there'll be a big winding road that goes down here all the way down, and then down the side of the cliff probably here, and then start ridge backing, just backtracking back and forth along the edge here, and then it's going to go down through the valley all the way over here into this area over there. And this area over there is where I am planning on putting a village. So before we take a look at the map, I do want to quickly show you this. I know I mentioned earlier when we were looking at the golf course that this river here, I had raised its height all the way down it, and that is absolutely true. And very true, especially if you look here. So, whoops, whoop, whoop, whoop. You can tell that this river is a little bit deeper than most rivers usually are, because it's about 2 layers higher than it's supposed to be. And then right here especially, there is a big waterfall chain, and I don't know why I'm getting so much lag. Like, there we go. I'm gonna say it's gotta be just loading chunks in, because there's nothing out here. There's absolutely nothing out here. It shouldn't be lagging. But yeah, so this big waterfall chain here really brings the water up. And right over here, I flooded out this lake. So hang on, there's a village over here that is kind of going to be like the center of the actual like city that I end up building. So this, you can see, is the original river. It ran kind of winding around here. I have flooded it and turned it into more of a lake, more of a pond. This is going to be the central area for the city, and it leads all the way back up into that cliff, that mountain, and whatnot. And I've got a ton of plans for the surrounding area, but all of that is, I don't really want to spoil it. You'll see it when I build it, and hopefully you'll see it on stream. But that'll lead up to the observatory up here, where anyone can come and enter. And I've got plenty of space up here so that if anyone, as the world expands, I can continue to add on to the observatory, make different maps, different areas, whatnot, what have you, and it's all good to go. I've even drug out these 2 pillars here and divided the floor into 3 sections, so if I really have to, I can do that. If you're wondering what these iron blocks are for, they're marking out where the beacons are eventually gonna go. I just again, I was too lazy to put them in. So this is where the beacons are eventually gonna go. And ooh, what's with all these rockets? Nice. And this is the main observatory, where you get my main base area. So here it is, the map of my main base. And what you probably notice right away is it's not updated. Like the pier isn't here. The map art is here. It does say A.C.E Forever World, but the pier isn't here. A lot of the stuff for the mountain and the back here is not here. And the train station, a lot of stuff for the dark forest is not here. Even this, the observatory, has not been updated, because I have intentionally not updated this map in a long time, because I wanted to do it not here on stream with you guys, but in the video. So go ahead and watch the VOD if you want to see the final picture of what the map looks like. I'm going to do that off camera on my own. Updating not all the areas, because some of them don't need updated, but like the grid, you can see all I have here is portal. I don't have the area that I built, so I have to update the grid. I have to update a huge area around my base. All of this stuff is pretty much the same, but I'm pretty sure I tore out this nether portal that was here, this ruined portal, and I've raised the river. I don't think that's been updated yet, so I just got a ton of stuff. But what I am going to do right here on stream with the 1 viewer still watching, because we've been streaming forever, is pick up the observatory maps and update what the observatory looks like. There we go. There we go. And there we go. So just like that, the observatory went from something not really finished, not really there, to a full-on clear build. You look at that, and it's just obvious that I got something going on. I cannot wait until I get all the maps placed in. I get all the road put in. It's going to run out to the city. So yeah, that road will run, from here all the way down. It'll probably continue out here, and I'll probably add like a prison out here, or maybe out here. Just with the snow, I think it fits really well. But you can also continue down here. I want to do like a park right here with this big cliffside. This is going to be like residential area. It's kind of like over here, and that's going to bleed into like the main city area right here. I think I'm going to do industrial area kind of like right here, more officey commercial residential kind of back here. This area right here with this village is going to get a zoo is going to go right here eventually. And I'm going to tear out this right here, connect these two waterways, and create a shipping yard right here that connects up with the industrial district. And I've just got a ton of plans. I am super excited to implement them all. 4.5 hours it took to explore everything. I think that's everything. If it's not, I am going to go around and do a final check a little bit as I update the map. If you're watching the VOD, then, well, I mean, this part will be cut out of the VOD. So thank you to the one viewer still watching. I very much appreciate the support. King Tommy him on, dude, a bunch of people tuning in on YouTube. Yeah, I know it's laggy. I know. I just knew it was going to be that way because my Bedrock world is laggy. I apologize. I'm so sorry, but thank you all so much for tuning in. I really hope that you enjoyed, and I will catch you in the next video, and hopefully in the next